What it do? What it do? Um, Matter of fact, I got a quick discussion that we can do. We can do a quick discussion, then we'll just do Q&A. So whatever questions y'all have, you can drop them in the chat. If you want to join, you can do that too. But we are going to randomly pick something. And what I'm picking is how to handle 3D circumstances. That's what we're going to talk about today. How to handle 3D circumstances with manifesting. I don't even know what the title was that I put on this. Whatever it was, that'll work too. So let's talk about this, all right? How to handle 3D circumstances when manifesting. This was actually a note. Oh, this is a good one. Okay, this is a very good one. All right, so this was a note that I received from a client. Okay? This is the note. We're gonna read it, we're gonna break it down. I haven't read this in a while, so it'd be good to break this down. We'll get a fresh perspective. All right, I just wanted to reach out and be transparent about where I'm at right now. For the most part, I've been doing really well with my manifestation practice. I've been staying consistent with my affirmations, visualizing, journaling, and really trying to embody the version of myself that already has what I desire. There have been some incredible signs and synchronicities lately, which I'm grateful for. But if I'm honest, I keep getting emotionally thrown off by my current 3D circumstances. It's like I know this reality is old news and doesn't mean anything unless I give it meaning. But when I'm met with silence, delays, or just the complete opposite of what I've been declaring, I feel discouraged, frustrated, and sometimes even defeated. All right, so let's talk about that. What does this mean? Okay. Now, let's break it down a little bit. So, first paragraph, I just wanted to reach out and be transparent about where I'm at. All right, for the most part, for the most part. Okay, once again, we're already starting with judgment of ourselves. For the most part, I'm doing good. For the most part, I'm in the wish fulfilled. I'm telling the right stories. I'm affirming. I'm visualizing, right? I've been staying consistent with my affirmations, visualizing, journaling, and really trying to embody the version of myself that already has what I desire. Here's that keyword, trying. Okay? Giving power to all of these things. I've been staying consistent with my affirmations, visualizations, and journaling, as if this is work to be done. As if the more you journal and affirm and visualize, the more that you will get, right? You see how we're already placing our power in other things. Then that keyword, trying. I'm really trying to embody the version of myself that already has what I desire. What does that even mean? What is embodying the person that already has what you want? What does that mean? Does that mean walking around feeling a certain type of way? What if you have a bad day? Does that mean you're not that person anymore? What does embodying mean? It's a mystery. Getting on the right vibration, embodying the version of you that has it. This is an absolute mystery. Your guess is as good as mine. We can all just sit here and make shit up right now. Oh, it means feeling good. It means feeling this way. It means acting like this. It means reacting like that. It's all just a guess. It's all just a story, an illusion. One of the tricks, okay? One of the traps, not even tricks, one of the traps when it comes to this manifestation game, when you look outside of yourself and you see the 3D, and then we hear the phrase that says, as within, so without. What we think is, okay, if I go within myself, then it'll change something out there. What is the trick or the trap with that? Is that we're still seeing separation. I still see the external world as something out there that I have to survive and battle with and just overcome it to get to what I want. It's still separation. When the truth is, there's nothing out there. There's just you. Reality is just you. You're not looking at reality, okay? You're looking as reality, okay? You hear me? You are not looking at reality. You are looking as reality because you are reality. It's not as within, so without. It's not profound enough. There's just you. You are reality, okay? Point blank, period. So we've already talked about that. So trying to stay consistent with affirmations, visualizations, and journaling, making this some kind of work. Right? If I affirm and visualize the right way, then I'll get what I want. And trying to embody the version of myself that already has what I desire. See, if you say that to me, I'm gonna have to ask you, like, what does that mean? What does embodying mean? What are you talking about? What does that mean? Embodying the version of you that has what they want, right? Because it's a very relative thing. Basically, it's a judgment. It's a judgment. Now let's talk a little bit further. Bro, what you on? Just chilling, man. What you on? All right. So there have been some incredible signs and synchronicities lately, which I am grateful for. Okay. There have been, so instead of just leaving it right there, right? We go a little bit further. But if I'm honest, I keep getting emotionally thrown off by my current 3D circumstances. Do you hear this? All right. I keep getting thrown off by my current 3D circumstances. It's like I know this reality is old news and doesn't mean anything unless I give it meaning, right? You already know that. But, here comes the buts, right? After we say what we already know, there's always a but there. But when I'm met with silence, delays, or just complete opposite of what I've been declaring, I feel discouraged, frustrated, and sometimes even defeated. We create these blocks. Okay? We create these blocks. This is how we look at reality when we create blocks. We think I am here, reality's out there. What I desire is somewhere in my mind, it's somewhere in the future. And in order to get there, I have to go through something. I have to change. I have to react a certain way. I have to wrestle with reality. I have to get through a quote unquote block. What this block is, it's just any time that I create distance from where I am right now and where I desire to be, I call that a block. That's all it is. I'm creating distance. In my mind, there is distance. I am not who I desire to be, and I have to go through time, or I have to go through circumstance, or I have to do things or feel a certain way to get what I want. And then we call it block, but it's all here. It's all right here. All right? This is what you have to overcome on this journey. This. Nothing out there. It's not that the circumstances are whooping your ass. You're whooping your ass. You're perceiving them as separate. You're waiting for something out there to prove to you that you are who you say you are. You're waiting for permission. But reality is waiting for you to give it permission to change. All right? So we already broke this down. Let's go a little bit further, right? So beyond the veil, the decree of the soul and the eye of the infinite, all right? Job 22:28 says what? Thou shalt decree a thing, thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, and the light shall shine upon thy ways. Basically meaning whatever you say it is, that's what it is. If you say you feel blocked and you say the third dimension, I just gotta get through the 3D. The 3D keeps showing me opposite, right? We treat the 3D like it's this big scary monster. And it's just you. It's just a mirror of your inner state of being. It's not its own separate thing. It's just you. There's really no point of you even really focusing on it, looking for signs out there, because it's just you. Where your consciousness should be is on your divine ass. It should be on you, because you are the source. You are the source. You are the center of reality. And when you start treating yourself as such, now reality must change to mirror you, okay? The next quote is from the Gospel of Thomas. Gospel of Thomas, all right? The spooky Gospel of Thomas, ooh, all right? Do not seek the truth with your eyes. Straight up. Do not seek the truth with your eyes, for your eyes cannot see what is unseen. It basically giving it to you plain, right? It's like, all right, sit down. Let me tell you something, right? Sit your ass down, okay? Relax. Now listen to me. Do not seek the truth with your eyes, for your eyes cannot see what is unseen. Seek with your inner eye, for only it sees beyond the veil of form. What does the inner eye mean? Does this mean you have to open your third eye? You know, you got to sit in meditation and let the sun hit your third eye until it opens up and you can see beyond the veil? No, it simply just means how you see it is what it is. The third eye simply means imagination, right? Whether it's open or closed, whether all your chakras are in alignment and they open or closed, I don't give a damn, and you shouldn't either. That is just another story that you are going to tell to create separation between who you are right now and who you want to be to get what you want. I went down that path trying to open them all up, did a whole bunch of work, got them all open, started getting lots of it. It didn't give me what I wanted. It was not until I decided I was the person I needed to be. It wasn't until I decided that I was everything I desired to be, that I was everything that I was looking for, that reality said, yes, you are. Yes, you are, Daddy. And I said, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so the mirage of perception. We see not as things are, but as we are. Okay, you're never just telling it how it is. You're always telling it how you are. Okay, our vision is bound by this dense fabric of space and time, this veil of matter where spirit appears shattered into multiplicity. We walk through the shadow play of form, naming the pieces without seeing the whole, right? This is what we do. We walk through life and we name the pieces as failure, as it's not working out, as the 3D is showing me opposite. You don't even see the whole. But how can you see the whole? Well, the whole is whatever you declare that you want, right? You say you want that person. You say you want that prosperity. Right now, you are in just one piece of the whole. You're in one moment of the whole. It has to be the perfect unfolding because you're perfect. Unless you say it isn't. Do you hear what I'm saying? Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be added unto thee. Meaning if you look out at this one moment in time, which is one of just infinite possibilities, and you say, oh, it's just not working out. The 3D, I can't get over it. Guess what? That's what it is. But when you say it's all perfect, it doesn't matter what the situation looks like. It must be perfect because the God within me is perfect, because I am perfect. Therefore, it must be perfect because it is me. Now everything can work out in your favor. It's all you. It's all your perspective. This is just a game of perspective. This is it. It's you versus you. You're not battling anything but your own concept of right and wrong. But your own desire to judge things is not for you. It's all you. Nobody's holding you back from anything. Nobody's denying you the things that you want. Matter of fact, the desires that you have are from the Spirit of God that you are, right? I will always ask this. When you're praying, who are you praying to? When you're affirming, who do you think you're affirming to? When you're sitting and visualizing, who do you think you're visualizing with? Who is it, right? When you say, I am tired, who is the I that you are talking about? When you look at your hand, who is the one that looks at it? When you move your hand, who is the one that looks? Who is the one that moves it? When you say, I feel sad, who is the I that feels sad? You're not the sadness, right? You clearly say that you're not the sadness. You say, I am sad. I feel sad. You are not the sadness. I didn't mean to say I am sad, but you know what I meant. I was going to correct myself immediately, but I was like, fuck it. When you say I feel sad, sadness is flowing through me. Right now, I'm just in a sad place, right? It's not you that is sad. You're observing the sadness, but who is the one that's observing it? Who would you be without your memory, without your thoughts? Would you still exist? Who would you be without your thoughts and memories? Can you observe the room that you are in and not use any words, any thoughts? Can you just observe without words or thoughts? This is your natural state of being. You are pure awareness. The God that you pray to, when you sit there and affirm, who are you affirming to? You are affirming to the awareness that is aware of you, simply being aware of yourself. The same source that gave you the desire is the same source that you are affirming with. The same source that gave you the desire is the same source that you are visualizing with. But we are the ones that make all of these rules and we say, I got to be more specific. Do you? Who gave you the desire? Who are you speaking to? No, I'm just not affirming right. Who is the one saying that you're not affirming right? Who is the one making law? Who is the one who has decided it's all working out? Who is the one who decides that you're out of alignment? When you say that you are out of alignment, who is the one who decides that? It's no one else. It's you. When you look at the circumstance, when you walk in the room and you say, that's just not working out, Who is the God that has declared that in the room? It is you. Right? You know, we've been having a lot of conversations and a lot of kind of pushing, not even pushing, more so discussions into the nature of you as God, right? And one of the questions that constantly comes up, right? It's just a regurgitated line that a lot of people say, right? It's always the same. If you can't make the universe, then you can't call yourself God. If you can't create the stars, then you cannot call yourself God. There's an experiment, right, in physics. Is it physics? Quantum physics. The double slit experiment, right? It's the observing of consciousness. Basically, it says that certain things, it says that if right now you shot light, okay, through these slits, right, the light would take infinite paths to get through it. It would basically take every single possible path. So it would exist in every single possible combination until consciousness is placed on it. And when consciousness is placed on it, it collapses into form. Almost sounds like this Big Bang theory, right? So, you know that we talk about unity consciousness, there only being one, right? One mind, right? One source, one power that flows through all of us, right? And so it is your consciousness that allows you to observe this reality that you are in. And in your reality, you are the only observer. You are the only consciousness. Because if there were multiple people with true consciousness in your reality, you wouldn't have free will. You would not be able to manifest someone, to choose someone, if they had free will. If they had their own fully conscious mind, we would be imposing on each other's free wills to get it. But this isn't the case. When you decide who you are and how other people relate to you, the version of them whose free will is in perfect alignment with yours shows up. You choose. And if you are the only observer, the only consciousness in this reality, does this reality exist without you? Does this universe exist without your consciousness in it right now? It's just an interesting question, right? Something that'll be very difficult to explain when somebody just leaves a comment that says, if you can't create the universe, you're not God. Well, the opposite to it is, would the universe exist without your consciousness in your reality? Would it? Now, we'll never know because you are here, right? But this is what science is reaching to prove. And the next step in that, if a tree falls in the middle of nowhere, does it make a sound? No, it doesn't, because consciousness is not there to observe it. If you are the only consciousness in this reality, then does this universe exist without you? So what is the story of creation? Right? We've talked about the story of Adam and Eve, right? The Spirit of God flowed over the waters, right? Representing your first baptism, the forming of the heaven and the earth, okay? And then you eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? Falling into duality and being birthed into this world. What is that story of? Is it truly the story of the creation of the universe, or is it the creation of you? Or are these one and the same? Are they one and the same? Is the creation of the universe, is that story the story of you? We know that scripture is simply a story of you. We've talked about several stories from the perspective of you play all the roles. Now, of course, this is just something to discuss, right? It's just something to push your mind, to open your mind to the different possibilities, to what these things could mean. Obviously, we can't take them straight forward. We can't take them literally. So what are the ancients? What are they trying to hint to in these stories? You are the universe. The kingdom is within you. All of these things point to the same truth. So the truth is that, yes, you do create the universe. This entire reality, every interaction that you have is a reflection of you. You are God. You are the physical manifestation of God. You are the personification of God. You are the identity of the Spirit of God. And the universe that you are in it ceases to exist without your consciousness, because you are the only consciousness in this reality. So all of those questions, they're silly questions. Could you create the universe? Or you're not God, or you have to be humble. It's a silly question, right? Here's the thing about knowing that you are source, is that there is a humility behind it. Knowing that you're source means every word that you speak is an expression of God, right? When you look at your fellow God, your fellow goddess, you are looking at an expression of God. And so you see them as such. Every part of you is an expression of God. When you go within your imagination, you are communing with God. You're not waiting to be saved later on. You understand that your words carry weight. The choices that you make, the decision on who you are moment to moment, it carries a very heavy weight. That is your divinity, okay? That is your divinity, all right? So, damn, I just veered way off. All right, so here we go. Our vision is bound by this dense fabric of space and time. This veil of matter where spirit appears shattered into multiplicity. We walk through the shadow play of form, naming the pieces without seeing the whole. We call it misfortune when it is metamorphosis. We call it delay when it is divine design. But what can the eye of flesh know of the architect of all? What can the limited mind know of the mind that dreams galaxies into being? The mind that dreams galaxies into being. What is that mind? What is the mind that dreams galaxies into being? Is that mind separate from you? Is it? All right, so here's another Gnostic quote, all right? The world is a bridge. Pass over it, but build no house upon it. What is that hinting to? The world is a bridge. Pass over it, but build no house upon it. This is simply talking about physical reality, right? Don't get so caught up in the illusion, right, that you begin to perceive the middle as the end. You start to build your identity on the middle, judging yourself, right? Because if you do not just pass over 3D reality and see it all as perfect and unfolding, you will start to make a house on it. Meaning you will look at a certain thing that's going on and you will judge it as right or wrong, and then you will make an identity out of it. You will say, man, shit just don't work out for your boy. And once you do that, you are caught up in the illusion. You have failed for the trap. And now you build your house on that moment in time, when that moment in time was just meant to pass by. It was just the unfolding. But now that you have based your identity on it, reality begins to reflect your identity immediately. And guess what? You stay in that time loop. You stay in that time loop, okay? So we are in this body, dreamers walking through symbols, reading surface echoes while forgetting the source. Beautiful, okay? Beautiful. All right, so reflection. Here's a reflection question. Where have I judged my life based on partial vision? In what part of the journey have you based your life or judged your life or judged you, based your identity just on the partial vision, what you could partially see in front of you? All right, so the illusion of finality. All right, time makes pain feel eternal. The ego, which lives only in reaction, declares this is the end. But the soul knows better. The soul remembers. It remembers that no circumstance is ever final, only a doorway into deeper unfolding. All right, so another quote from the Gospel of Philip. What you see was not made to last, but what is unseen is eternal. What you see, nothing that you see is made to last. How can you judge who you are based on anything temporary? Hell, this body is not who you are. This body fades away, it decays, it passes away, it dies. And what you are cannot die because what you are is eternal. You're temporary, or your feelings are temporary. How can you base who you are on the temporary feelings? They come and go, they rise and fall. The circumstances come and go, rise and fall. Do not get so caught up in the illusion Ooh, 10% battery, y'all. Do not get so caught up in the illusion that you begin to base who you are on the temporary thoughts, temporary feelings. You are much greater than that. Okay? You are not the experience. You are the eternal witness within it and the creator speaking it into being. So another reflection question. Am I speaking from the wound or from the wisdom that witnesses the whole? What's good, what's good, what's good, what's good? All right? Am I speaking from the wound? Am I speaking from the moment? Am I speaking from the temporary circumstance, the temporary emotion, the temporary feeling, or from the wisdom that witnesses the whole? Beautiful. Absolutely divine right there. Absolutely divine. All right. So next, the decree and the divine law. Right? Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be added unto thee. Right? Job 22:28. This is not mere poetry. It is spiritual law. The word is not descriptive. Okay, hear that. This is important. This is an important distinction. We talk about the word. The word is not meant to be descriptive. Okay? It's not meant for you to get caught up in the moment and describing what you see. The word is creative. So if you're constantly just describing what you see, you'll constantly be living a life of a time loop. You'll see it, you'll describe it, you'll get more of it. You'll describe it, you'll get more of it. Okay? This life, it's meant, everything is simply meant for you to enjoy it and use it to choose what you want. Do not build a house on a moment. Don't get caught up in the moment. All right? We do not say things because they are. They become because we say them. Bar. Every thought clothed in belief becomes a decree. And every decree is a ripple in the quantum sea of becoming. All right? Gospel of Thomas. If you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, what you do not bring forth will destroy you, right? That one's kind of pointed. It's like, whoa, hey, destroy me. What you mean, Jesus? What you talking about? What you talking about, brother? Destroy me. I don't want to be destroyed. No one does. Okay? So when we bring forth that true self, that true consciousness, when we actually start to trust that desire that the Spirit of God has placed in you and say, no, this is your true identity. When you start to trust that, when you start to rise in consciousness, when you start to peek through, see through the illusion, now what you bring forth will save you. But when you don't bring it forth, when you continue to react based on what you see out there, when you don't bring forth what is within you, it will just destroy you. I don't have to get into this too much because we've been having a lot of SP conversations lately. Lots of them, right? And and we've been talking about how if you continue to make this person out there your God, sending them all your affirmations and visualizations and not putting yourself first, putting them first, man, it'll destroy you. If you do not bring forth the truth of who you are, man, the external reality will slap you around. And we talked about that in the beginning, right? This was the first client letter, right? This client, of course, has graduated. They have graduated. They're living the life that they want, But hear this, right? Let's go back to this statement, right? But if I'm honest, I keep getting emotionally thrown off by my current 3D circumstances. It's like I know this reality is old news and doesn't mean anything unless I give it meaning. But, right, here comes the but when I'm met with silence, delays, or just the complete opposite of what I've been declaring, I feel discouraged, frustrated, and sometimes even defeated, thinking that this third dimensional reality is a monster. It's something, right, that's outside of you that you have to get through and struggle with and just bear with it until it changes. Well, no, it's simply reflecting you. Take your eyes off of it. Stop looking at reality and start to look as reality. Start to be reality. Right? This is when the magic happens. When you stop needing external validation. Right? You don't just know that you are the fulfillment and still peek out every day like, I know I'm the fulfillment, but show me something. You know you are the fulfillment, and when you know you are the fulfillment, everything changes from that knowing. Okay? Let me plug this shit in before it dies. All right, here we go. So in other words, because we talked about the Gospel of Thomas, in other words, you are the lawgiver of your experience. So a reflection question. What am I decreeing daily through complaint, fear, or doubt? What are you decreeing daily through complaint, fear, or doubt? And then number 2, what would change if I only spoke from the throne of my higher self? What would change if I only spoke from the knowing of who I really was? What would change? Well, everything would change. Right? We don't even have to make that a rhetorical question. I'm going to answer it for your ass. If you started to only speak from the throne of your higher self, everything would change because you've changed. Right? Number 4. All right, here's a quote from Dr. Joe Dispenza. Right? Dr. Joe Dispenza. To change, right? This is a very powerful, profound statement. To change is to think greater than your environment. Greater than your body and greater than time. Right? I appreciate you, Jess. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate that. Right? We all in this game together. Right? So Dr. Joe Dispenza, to change is to think greater than your environment, greater than your body, greater than time. This is a very straight up and very powerful statement by Dr. Joe. Right? Now, remember, you're going to go through a lot of people that teach things. You're not going to need to buy into every single thing that they say, but there are going to be certain things that resonate. Those are the things to really hold on to. Those are the things to hold on to. But remember, in this game, there is only one law. That law is what? It is I am. Everything is God. Everything is source. Everything is awareness. Everything is I am. Everything that you say after I am is everything. And then you say, I am prosperity. Even that is a reduction in all that there is. You hear what I'm saying? So everything is law. You don't have to make unnecessary laws for your life. I need to reprogram a subconscious mind. Well, you're making a law. And so what you're really saying, because everything is an affirmation, what you're really saying is right now, I am not who I desire to be. I have to go through time, reprogram some shit. A part of me that I don't even know has to accept what I'm saying. And then one day it'll snap into place and I'll get everything that I want. But until then, I have to stand in front of the mirror and I have to affirm. All right? You're always making a declaration. Anything that implies that right now you are not the person you desire to be is a limiting belief. This is what we mean by limiting belief. It limits you. It keeps you limited and separate from whatever you desire to be. The truth is there's no separation. There's only you right now. And you're everything. I don't even know how, you know how profound this is? Let me put it like this, okay? You are everything, all right? You are the universe. We will often talk about letting go. If you are everything that there is, if you let something go, where would it go? If you are all that there is, if you are reality, if you are the universe, if you let something go, where would it go? Where are you letting it go to? You don't have to let it go of anything. You don't have to hold on to anything. You simply need to be and stand in the knowing of who you are. That is it. You are already all that there is. And from that vantage point, now you get to choose what you want to experience. Do you hear that? You are already everything that you desire to be. You don't need to hold on to anything. You simply need to decree and decide and choose what you want and walk through life and be who you are and allow it to all unfold to you. I know it sounds so simple, right? It is. It really is. It is us who are like, that can't be right. I don't know. I just don't feel right today. Yeah, I don't feel good. I must not be in alignment. Who is the one that's telling you that you are not in alignment? Who is saying that? It's just you, right? Who is the one that says you are in alignment? It's just you, right? Why are you making up rules that are counterproductive? If everything is law, you are so in alignment, you are so God, that you can even create the reality where you're not in alignment and create the illusion of separation and lack. There's no block. You're not blocked by anything. You're just creating the illusion of being blocked. There's no devil working in your life. Oh, the devil is working. Satan is working. And I heard that so many times growing up. There's no Satan working. Okay? There is only one power. There is only one. There cannot be all that there is and then another power out there somewhere. There can't be. There's either all that there is or it's not all that there is. Nothing is working in your life except for the illusion that you are creating. Nobody's out to hurt you. Really, nobody even. No. Here's the thing. In your reality, this is how profound it gets. Okay, hear when I say this. In your reality, no one can impose on your freedom without your permission. In any way. Let me say that one more time. No one can impose on your freedom. No one can hurt you, harm you, take from you, destroy you, beat you. Nobody can do shit to you without your consent. If you remember in scripture, right, there's a scene where Jesus is speaking to Pontius Pilate. Pontius Pilate is getting tired of Jesus. Jesus is not answering him. He says, look, don't you know that I can kill you? I can crucify you? And Jesus said, you will have no power over me if not given to you from above. You have no power unless I consent to it. Unless I say, okay, I guess it's not working out. It has no power. Unless I say, oh man, these people are after me, right? How many times do you see spiritual leaders, they're giving out all this game, but at the end of the game, they keep coming up with these limiting beliefs. Everybody's coming to get them. People are trying to shut them up. Everybody's trying to kill them and do this. I keep saying that, bro. I'm finna get blocked again. This is, and what happens? What they say happens. Because they consent to it by continuously telling that bullshit story. You are simply opening yourself up to these things by telling that same story. You are a sovereign, free being. You can say what you want, do what you want, and no one can do anything to you. You are the only consciousness in this reality. It is that deep. And when you rest and know in that awareness, that's it. That is your power. That is your power right there. Okay? So here we go. To change is to think greater than your environment. What does that mean? It doesn't matter what I see. I am reality. I look as I'm not looking at reality. I am looking as reality. Greater than your body, right? We talked about the placebo effect the other day. How do I heal my body when I'm in physical pain? Open up the Google and type in the placebo effect and start reading cases. These people that had cancer and just took placebo pills and all of a sudden tumors are gone. They faked surgeries on people. People had chronic conditions. They faked surgeries on them. All of a sudden, their shit is healing. Why? Because they decided, they chose to believe. That was it. All right? So this is ancient alchemy, to rise above the lower field of circumstance and enter the field of causation where thought meets spirit and becomes form, right? That field of causation. We call it all kinds of things. Dr. Joe calls it the quantum field. Some of the ancient people called it that as well. We call it the Akashic Records, the kingdom of God, the universe, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. There is simply a power that you are, that you can tap into with your belief. You don't need meditation. You don't need affirmations. You don't need visualization. You don't need any of that. You are already it. You are the quantum field. You are the Akashic Records. Your consciousness, your awareness of who you are already bends reality. It already commands God. You don't need any of these techniques. You just have to know who you are. That is it. That is it. Right? We constantly want to give our power to something outside of us, right? That is the biggest trap. That's the biggest thing that I had to overcome. It was like, okay, I know that I'm this person, but I guess, I don't really feel like it. Maybe after this visualization I will, or after this meditation I will. Constantly just pushing my worthiness into the future. Oh, one day I'll feel better. When I do this, I'll feel better. After that, I'll feel better. When I eat like this, I'll feel better. Just outsourcing my power. That is the trap. Constantly kicking the can down the pavement, down the sidewalk, and then chasing after it. When it's you, reality is waiting for you. Make the choice right now. All right? So you do not change your life by fighting what is, right? Like I say, you don't go outside and fight away the darkness to get to the sunlight. People will call the police on you, right? You simply open your eyes and you realize the sun is shining the whole time. You don't fight off quote unquote lack to get to prosperity. There is no lack. There's only the illusion of lack. You simply remember that you are prosperity, right? You don't fight away betrayal and heal away betrayal to get to love. You realize you are made of love. You are the wellspring of love. And from that, knowing all things can be added to you. All right? You change your life by becoming what you desire until the field responds in kind. The mystics call this co-creation. All right? So the Gospel of Thomas, unite the inner with the outer, the male with the female, the light with the darkness, and the above with the below, and you shall enter the kingdom. God damn, it sounds like a mystery right there. Unite the inner with the outer, the male with the female, the light with the darkness. God damn, what are you talking about, right? It simply just means be single-minded. Just know. Stop trying to know. Stop making it all this, like we start making things like this dualistic thinking, right? Oh, I have to reprogram this subconscious. My conscious wants it, but the subconscious doesn't. All right, I have to wait for reality to show me. Give me breadcrumbs, birds before land. All right, I have to get all of these things. Everything has to be right. You have to decide. You have to become single-minded. When you become single-minded in the knowing of who you are, everything works out for you. Everything. All right? So reflection questions. Number 1, am I reacting from fear or creating from faith? Am I reacting from fear or creating from faith? Can you manifest a crush? Sure can. You can manifest a crush. You can manifest a wife. You can manifest a crushed Coke can if you want to do that. You can manifest whatever you want. The question is not what you can manifest. You are manifestation. You are the manifestation of God. There's nothing outside of your limits. The question is, what is your mind willing to accept? What is your mind willing to accept as possible? Right? You get whatever you want. If you decide right now that you want to manifest $322.11 just for shits and giggles, guess what? You can do that right now. If you decide you want 2 thick, beautiful goddesses, right? 1 caramel, 1 vanilla, 1 chocolate, 1 vanilla, whatever your taste preference is, I don't judge, right? If you want that, you can have that as well. Ladies, if you want 3 firemen to show up at your front door and strip for you, you can do that. You can do whatever. You can have whatever you want. There is nothing off limits except for your imagination. You get to decide. Right? You can have a weekend man and a weekday man. You can have a weekend woman and a weekday woman. You can have what you want, and they can all coexist. They can all love each other. They can all be a beautiful family together. You can have what you want. The only limitation is here. This is it. This is the only limitation. So take 5 of those. Why not make it 6? Make it an even number. All right? Make it an even number for you. Why not make it 6? The girl wants 6. Never mind. All right. So where am I allowing circumstance to define me rather than letting consciousness define the circumstance? Where am I allowing circumstance to define me? Where am I looking out at the world and I'm basing my identity on what I see? Oh, because it looks like this, I am that. That's the trap. That is the trap. Damn, you can handle 10. You got some superpowers. I knew something was going on over there. That girl can take 10 of them. All right, where am I allowing circumstance to define me? Remember, it is identity first, and circumstance second. All right, so the infinite I, seeing from source. All right, Imagine looking down from the summit of eternity. All right? Imagine looking down at source, seeing all that there is. Okay? Your trials are threads in a radiant tapestry. The detour is part of the route. The silence is tuning you for the song. From the infinite's view, nothing is wasted. Everything is transformed. Okay? So here's another quote. The one is the root of all things, but most cannot see the root because they only see the branches. To rise into this I, this divine intelligence, is to stop labeling life as good or bad. That's it. When we talk about rising into consciousness, rising into that knowing that everything is working out, that is it. Right? That is it. Well, of course you can override anything that you thought. Why? Because there's only right now. There is no past. There is no past. There's only your perception of the past, right? There's only you telling the story. Who is the one saying that something in the past is set in stone in law? It's just you. You are the God saying that, right? There's nothing set in stone. There's only right now. You make the decision right now that, no, I don't want that anymore. Remember, you're always choosing moment by moment. You can choose right now and you can change your mind. You can choose right now and you can change your mind tomorrow. Right? I wanted 3 chocolate with me. You know what I'm saying? I went outside today and I saw a couple things that changed my mind, and now I just want 2. I can change. I can choose. All right? You decided you wanted 50K. All right? And then life, the circumstances came into your life. And instead of you judging them and being like, bro, there's more bills, it's just never working out. Instead of you judging it, you decided to look at it righteously and say, it's just giving me more clarity on what I want. I don't want 50K, I want 100. I don't want 50, I want 200, right? You get to choose. This is your power. You are divinity. You are source. You get to choose. You get to change your mind. Changing your mind is simply a sign of expansion. You don't have to get caught up in you're not in a prison of anything, right? You're always making the law, y'all. All right? So here we go. To rise into this I, this divine intelligence, is to stop labeling life as good or bad. This is all we're talking about here. When you get to the point where you stop labeling it as good or bad and you start knowing it's simply all you, it's all divine, it's all perfect, it's all source. It's all that there is. It's all infinite. Nothing to let go of, nothing to hold on to. I just have to be and choose what I want and enjoy life, and it's all added to me. Beautiful. All right, so in reflection, number 1, if I saw my life through the eyes of God, how would I interpret this moment right now? Matter of fact, that's not a rhetorical question. Y'all go and answer that. Go and answer that in the chat, right? If you saw your life through the eyes of God, how would you interpret this moment right here? If you could see this moment through the eyes of God, how would you define this moment? Perfect, fulfillment, divine, wholeness, prosperity, beauty. I got one for perfection already. Right? Peace. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Love. Right? Now here's the second question to that. What is stopping you from seeing that in every moment? What is stopping you from, as you become aware, what is stopping you from relaxing into the moment, being still and knowing that right now is perfect? What is stopping you from that? Doug Zay said perfect, right? What it do, Leslie? What do you do, Leslie? Been missing you lately, man. I feel like you haven't been showing up. Hopefully all is well. I trust all is well. I already know all is well. What is stopping you, right, from resting into the knowing that right now everything is perfect? What is stopping you from that? How often do you do that? How often do you come into that realization that this moment is perfect? Perfect. not being my higher self, which is a decision, but not a good one. But you can change that decision right now, right? That's just a story that you're deciding to tell, though, right? My eyes were stopping me, but I don't trust those anymore because I trust on more. Absolutely, we walk by faith and not by sight. We walk by faith and not by sight. Right? Slow down, right? Exactly, brother. Slow down. Rewire the story you tell yourself. Slow down. And y'all already knew I was gonna jump on that word rewire. Slow down and simply know. Don't rewire. Just know right now that it's perfect. There's no rewiring to do because you are source. You declare with your word right now. You don't have to rewire anything. You just command the truth right now. Command the truth right now. All right. Here we go. Here's the next question. What unseen harmony might be unfolding in what looks like chaos? What unseen harmony might be unfolding in what looks like chaos? This is such a beautiful question because, of course, the answer is everything that you want. It's everything that you decided that you are is unfolding in what looks like chaos. It just looks like chaos, but it's perfect. Everything, all of it, everything that you desire is unfolding right now in this moment. This moment is perfect. Matter of fact, everything that you desire is already in this moment. This moment is just rearranging to reveal it to you. It's already here. Why is it already here? Because you are already here. This is the knowing. This is the knowing. This is the belief before you see it. I am the proof. Because I am here, that means that everything that I desire is already here. And so everything is simply unfolding and rearranging to prove to me and show me that I'm already everything I desire to be. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's all perfect. All right. So here's number 6. How many sections we got left? Ooh-wee. All right. This is the last one. All right. When you decree from the soul, you align yourself with divine law. You do not decree what is, you decree what is becoming through you. You are not just responding to life, you are composing it. All right. Here's a quote from the Gospel of Truth. The Gospel of Truth. All right. All things that come into being come through the word. But the word is within you, waiting for you to speak from it. Profound, 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 profound. So say, I decree that I rise above fear. I decree that unseen forces are working for my good. I decree that what looks like loss shall bloom in divine time. I decree that I walk as one who sees through the eye of the infinite. Right? And so it is. So in final, may you no longer be prisoner to appearances. May you remember that what you see is not reality unless you declare it so. May you become the decree, the voice of the infinite echoing through form. And when the world seems upside down, may you rise like the phoenix, not to escape, but to see it all from above and call it good. Here's a final quote from the Gnostic Hymn of the Pearl. Blessed are the ones who have awakened from the dream, for they shall know the truth, and the truth shall become them. Blessed are the ones who have awakened from the dream, for they shall know the truth, and the truth shall become them. Amen. And so it is, and so it shall be. All right. So that is the end of today's discussion. All right. How to handle 3D circumstances when manifesting. All right. How to handle 3D circumstances when manifesting. So appreciate y'all. If y'all have questions, go and ask them. If y'all want to join up, go and join up as well. All right. I don't know about learning that Spanish. I don't know about all that, girl. I don't know about all that. But I think about it. Think about it. Lucas, what's up, brother? Oh, I am wonderful, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great.
Perfect. What's on your
So
mind?
I don't know if it's a question or I don't know, but I want to share something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yesterday, and I can't remember the dream, but I can remember my question that I have in the dream.
Yeah.
I asked myself a question in this dream, and it was like, what does it mean to be a human, or what does humanity mean, right? I had this question in my dream, and I thought about it in my dream.
Yeah.
And I had also a conclusion in my dream. And my conclusion was, what? Before I go into this, I mean something like empathy, compassion, this kind of stuff, right? And I got the conclusion, it makes sense in a way, but also it doesn't make sense. So both, it's like a little paradox,
Yeah.
right? Because especially when you think, I believe that everything happens simultaneously, right? So even if, for example, some people suffer and you chose a different reality or version of them, maybe you don't experience them anymore, but they still exist, right?
Yeah.
Forever. So it doesn't make any sense to have compassion or something like this, right? Because it's perfect from God's eyes, right? It's perfect. It's just an experience, and they experience it forever. This version of that, right?
Yeah.
Even if you don't experience them. And so I had this question in the stream, and it's also a little bit sad sometimes for me, but it's not the problem. No, it's not a problem, because I was my whole life identified with empathy and compassion and an open heart, and I love to speak with my heart and this kind of stuff. But it doesn't make any sense anymore, right? And so sometimes a little bit sad, like between the lines, right? Between I am and like this little human side with love and yeah. Oh, no, not love. Of course, love is great. Hey, don't get me wrong. But you know what I mean? Compassion with suffering or something like this. And,
Yeah, I agree. It's being able to see it as perfect, because even my focus on the suffering of others simply magnifies the suffering, right? If my consciousness isn't on it, do they still suffer? And it's that paradox question, right? It's how, at what point is your focus on, trying to see others, right, a certain way, or seeing others through their suffering? At what point are you just adding to their suffering?
Yeah. So, of course, for you it doesn't exist in this moment because you don't experience it.
Right.
But if you believe in like parallel realities, right? Then of course they still exist, but you don't experience them. But so guess what? Right? It's not a problem. Who the fuck? Who cares? If you don't experience this shit anymore.
Yeah.
But it was like an interesting question, for me in this field, because really it was like I love to have this human side with empathy and compassion, but it makes sense, but also not, man.
Right.
Right. Because you also want to let go of this version, maybe, of sometimes of people, right? So it doesn't make any sense to have compassion anymore, because see them in this new version, right?
No, I agree. I agree completely.
Wait, are those questions up for like answering, or we just?
Oh yeah.
giving our thoughts?
Now go ahead. Go ahead. They're up for answering
Cool.
for
Let me
sure.
go ahead and cut the second light on, because it'll be dark in here. I'll be chilling. Like, I guess y'all be shit. So to both of your questions, I say, what is a human? A human is the actualization of a will's intention. So in a sense, a physical box that does not have to stay in a box. And legitimately, everybody has their own boxes, but some people don't exist in no boxes. And those are the people that people call celebrities, but everybody is a celebrity at the end of the day. When you love yourself enough, your gifts speak before you do, and that will be your spirit. About the suffering.
So before you finish that, do you see the human vessel as separate than the spirit?
No.
Okay.
Because one of them has to listen to the other at the end of the day. They can't clash. And if they do clash, it turns to ash. I mean, legit. legitimately, your body's gonna tell you what your spirit's been trying to tell you. Whether it be, oh, I hurt, I can't walk in the way I would like to because it don't work. Or, I'm thinking the wrong way and everybody don't like me for this. But I think this is the right way. Your body manifests all the scars you have too mentally in one way or another. Sometimes through a physical cut, and sometimes through just aching pains in the night that you don't have any idea why it's happening. But it's really just you saying, this need attention.
Okay. So let's say, all right, so let's say you do have these physical ailments or you have these emotional ailments, right? And they show up, they're made manifest in whatever way. How do you overcome those things? Because on one hand, yeah, we can say, all right, it's your body looking for your attention in some way. It's looking for extra care, or it's looking for you to give it some intimacy, whatever the case may be. But let's say I want to make the decision that I want to get over this pain. I don't want to feel this pain in my side. I don't want to feel this emotional pain. How do we get through that?
He's saying, I'm trying to feel Gucci all around.
Yeah,
trying to be like, ow, ooh, ah.
Absolutely.
Or, my freaking motherhood stress, or, childhood wounds. Legitimately, this is where transmutation comes into play. Which, I watch anime, that's the easiest way to describe it, but I'm gonna try a non-anime disclosure. It's looking at something with a lens that is different from what is portrayed. So case in point, I can look at this tree like it's a piece of paper because it can be paper. Or I can look at the tree as a blade of grass. But realistically, it's got the same makeups and where it came from. It's just my perception of what it could be or what it is mainly that's changed.
Right.
You have to simply, in a sense, apply the rule of what would it look like if I did the opposite of what I keep telling myself was the right way.
Right.
And then challenge that ideology with your real time to see if something changes. Because most times, all realities exist at the same time, but you have the decision as an individual, which is not separate from any other person, to link into a different dimension or frequency with different outcomes, but they may look like the same people,
Yeah.
and different, ideologies, but it may look like the same doctrine.
Right. I would even go a step further. So I like what you're saying. So yeah, okay, I have to now, what would it look like to think opposite, right? That's where the healing is. I've been thinking a certain way. My perception's been a certain way. That's why I'm in this reality that I'm in. Now, let me think opposite. The only part, right, that I was going to question you on is seeing if anything's changing. Do you believe that if right now I try to think differently, but I'm waiting to see if something is changing, that reality can actually bend to me? I don't believe that, because from my perspective, if I'm standing in the waiting for something to change, then I'm waiting for external validation. I need reality to prove to me that I am who I say I am, right? So really, I'm still not who I say I am because I need something out there to show me, right? So it's about the knowing beyond that. It's about, all right, yeah, I'm going to think differently, but I'm going to know that it will change. And that is what triggers reality to change.
Correct. You are on fire. Yes, sir. See, it ain't gonna happen immediately. Well, okay, it's two ways I could tell you. I could tell you something that may trigger you quite a bit, but is the truth also. Or I could tell you the truth that will help you to realize the second truth. Which one would you want?
Shit, I want both.
Both?
I want both. I want both truths, bro. You know what I'm saying? No, I appreciate the
truth
perspective.
that's gonna break your original truth. So
Yeah.
all truth leads to the same truth. Let me just say that as basics. I'm only referring to the old truth as previous truth because it's a smaller or pre-updated version. Like iOS 1 versus iOS like 12.8.
Okay.
One of these bugs got a good camera.
Okay.
Uh-oh. But and to exist as a life in existence, a reflection of what creation naturally is, whether you call it God, universe, or just entity or spiritual force. Don't matter. It's all the same. And literally, it actually literally exists in everybody. Unless they tell themselves that it don't exist, then it cut off and all your access is now just third dimensional access. But yeah, you can effectively, genuinely say that time don't exist by believing so strongly without a shred of doubt that time don't exist. And if you believe that and you move in your life as if time don't exist, the time for you to get a reality in terms of its effects after you caused yourself to believe this expeditiously or very fast shrinks. And you dig, that's why terms like overnight celebrity exist, because in reality, at one point in time, somebody who kept trying with a half-butt arse thought process was like, you know what if I just 100% it and say I don't care about the other way because I just only believe that my way is going to work. Then the world, people around you, the universe, even your own body got no choice but to be like, okay, so consciously, unconsciously, that's the truth.
Right.
And therefore your truth overwrites reality.
Right.
Just like that. And it happens very quickly. Like, just think about when you go to the gym, for example. When you about to go, I'm tired, I can't do it. You know, you get shivering. But if you actually believe you can put that mug up, even with the help behind you, you still gotta put that weight up. So your body is gonna say, you know what? Instead of saying we can't do it, ching, we can, and boom, that mug is up. You not sleeping permanently today. You're breathing another one. You know what I'm saying? And that's just one physical representation of it happening. It's many other cases. Like, if you just walk outside and you say, man, I don't feel like going to work today. You just literally told reality right now that you don't want to work for a certain system, but you still want to work. So now what you're going to work for is your own joy and peace. And that's what you focus your energy on, that you would put into this box that we would call a job. You dig? And there you go. You can shift it again. It's really choices in terms of really big changes, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be a millionaire tomorrow. Alright, brother. You try that game. It's possible, but let's be honest here. You gotta just to be out there, really putting yourself out there with no restriction. And a lot of times it's really hard for people to go out there without at least expecting something that ain't good to happen.
Yeah.
But when you can do it, all the rules that you think are rules are not real. They are fake, and you break every one of them.
Yeah.
And, you know, favorite for the universal laws.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, nothing is solid. I like the way that you put it, right? Because everybody kind of words it in a different way. So you word it in a way that's much different from mine. But I absolutely agree. There are no rules. The only rules are the rules that you decide to live in. You make the decision. You get to walk out and say, this is how it's going to go. This is how I'm going to make money. This is how I'm going to get paid. This is how much I'm going to get paid. This is how women are going to respond to me. This is how I'm going to look. You can make the choice. And it's always about that choice. And I wouldn't even say making it with with the absolute even unwavering to me is all perception. It's about how frequently do I return to that choice, or am I making that choice and then I'm going back to a different choice? And what is the choice that I'm actually making, like constantly? That what am I frequently going back to? What is the story that I'm actually telling about reality? Whenever that subject comes up, that is the vibration that I'm on right there.
Wonderfully put, beautifully said. I agree 100%. Exactly. Your choice.
For sure.
I mean, be consistent.
For sure.
Do you really want change or not? That's the question everybody got to really face on their own at one point in life. It's like, do you want to be who your family said you are, or do you want to be yourself? And if you want to be yourself, then who your family said you are effectively is gone. Gone.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Don't come back. you know, and your friends may try to bring you back into that belief system, but no, they need to relearn who you are because you no longer that person. And that's where that weirdness come in. Well, you done changed up on us, bro. You ain't the same.
Yeah.
That's too bad. Do you want to try it again? Like,
Yeah, for sure. For
love
sure.
yourself.
For sure. Yeah, it comes to that putting that self first. I'll open it up to Austin and Lucas though. I see there was another question in there somebody wanted to answer. What was this question that somebody wanted to answer, man?
Sure, what is the question? Honestly, I remember the first question was about what is a human. That was the first question. And the second question was about
No, that wasn't the question. This one was about what somebody was trying to get. I'm gonna let y'all answer this one because I've already told you. I'm gonna let y'all answer this one.
shoot, what was the question? Let me be receptive, man. I'm just gonna, sit back and listen for a little.
The question in the chat, alright?
Yeah. Was there a question in the chat?
And there's a beautiful goddess that asked the question movies. She wants to have bigger ones. She feels uncomfortable with extra ones. And she said she can't visualize it because she never had bigger ones, right? And she doesn't know how to be in a state. Yes, that was the question.
Who wants it? Who wants to answer?
Why? Well, there is a certain way you can approach this. But first, it'd be intentions wise. Like, why do you want them? Like, and if it's
F that. No. Hell no. We don't need a reason. The choice is the reason. The choice is the reason. You want it, that's enough for the reason. We going beyond the intention. Now how? We going beyond the intention. We don't need an intention. The choice is enough.
You're gonna have to eat a lot and then actually work out.
Nah. Pure metaphysical. No logic, right? I have had clients that I've worked with, y'all, that have increased certain body parts simply off of a belief, simply off of a decision to do it, right? So it comes down to that decision. Oh, hey, my brother. Hey, mute real quick while I'm talking so they can hear me, if you don't mind. All right, Coke. My bad, bro. What's your name? One bit? What's your name, bro? If you don't mind.
Yeah, one bit.
Cool. You mind muting real quick while I'm talking? Or else it's gonna sound muffled. All right, perfect. All right, look, y'all. I have dealt with clients that have increased body parts. Increased breast, increased their male sizes. How come, right? This is when you have to get beyond the logic. Everything is the same as everything. If you want to increase your money, but you've never held money, how will you do it? How will you do it? If you want to increase your money, but you have never held more money, how the hell do you do that shit? Right? The same way that you do everything. The same way you do one thing is the same way you do everything. It's no secret about this. What is your awareness? Is your awareness on that the body, the reality that you are in right now is it's finite? Or can you make the decision right now that you have the proportions that you desire? And from that knowing, right, can you stand in that knowing and know that everything is unfolding to get you there? That's it. It's the same way that you would do anything. It's the same way that you would decide that you are prosperity and you would allow that prosperity to prove itself to you. It's the same way that you would decide or accept that you are love and you would allow love to flow to you. It's the same way that you would accept that right now you are hung like a horse. In that reality, you would allow that reality to flow to you. It's you. We can't say that you create your reality and then say conditionally only in these areas, only in the area of love or money or whatever. You have to make the decision of what you want and allow it to unfold from there. So that's what I would say. A steed, you feel me? A stallion.
Young stallion. That stallion.
Who says you have to visualize it? Go ahead.
The only thing I'll say about that is that you have to, like Alex was saying, just decide and don't look for the evidence, because you're only gonna get what you perceive is true. So like the minute that you decided, you're gonna start being able to see it, even when you do happen to look. But over time, it's gonna shape and become exactly what you want it to, as long as you stand in the knowing that that's how you see yourself now, with a bigger chest.
I want to add two things. First of all, I want to say, in my country, everyone loves small, big ones, the middle ones, that's not a problem, right? And the second thing, I want to to give another perspective on perspective. First of all, I want to say I agree, right? Just decide. You don't have to feel it, see it, whatever, right? You're already in a state. If you allow yourself to be in a state, right? Without evidence, right? It's first, outside, second. And the second thing, okay, imagine you wake up at some day with your perfect size, right? Are you happy then, or maybe then comes the next point, then you know, then whatever, right? And don't say it will happen, I say it can happen, right? Because sometimes it's not really, maybe sometimes it's bigger than one appearance shift, right? Sometimes, not every time, right?
Yeah.
I just want to give this perspective, right? Because we are already perfect, right? Of course you can have them, right? It's not a problem, but yeah, I want to give this perspective too, right? Because it's a big one. Because there are people that, you know, like there are some girls, they go to surgery 100 times, you know, and another one, and another one, and another one, and they never feel great, because then the next thing, then the next thing, and then this, yeah. They look like Barbie. But if you want to look, you know, but yeah, I want to give this a secret perspective too, that you're already perfect and you have to be, and it's cool to be comfortable already with it, right? Because no appearance shift will change that.
Facts.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I gotta give you $1,000. No, you gotta love it. When you love yourself for real, you know, your body gonna feel like it's beautiful already. You ain't gonna need them extra visual additions, you dig? And in reality, they cost too much anyway, just for the problems in the future. Come on now, like, congratulations, look good for 2-3 years, your back hurt. Why? It's too much weight, you know, or vice versa, even your chest. Come on now, it's not a limitation, it's just a realization that sometimes you already got the best. You just gotta be able to look at it and acknowledge it now. It's not that you was anything less than what people say, they just was projecting what they didn't like about you because they did like it. So you dig? You're already good. It's really that smooth. But you always have free will and free choice. Just know every choice got consequences, and there's one better consequence when you just choose your natural and build it up from the ground foundation. That way people go on the door you go on the door yourself, because you got a story on top of the proof.
Yeah.
That's my 2 cents.
Girl said she already got back pain. I already got back pain. It don't matter. Let me go. At least let me get these things hanging from the front that's gonna justify the back pain. I feel you. No, but honestly, it does come down to love, right? It does come down to the acceptance of yourself anyway. Because if you are even in the mindset that you need it, well, you're going to be doing that from a state of lack anyway, right? Accept who you are right now. Understand that you are perfect, made in that perfect image, and then allow everything that you desire to be added to you, right? That's really the sweet spot. That's really the place that you want to be, in that full acceptance of you. And from that acceptance, now go ahead Decide what you want from there. Right? Decide what you want from there. Let them things grow as big as you want them to grow. Right? But start it off from that knowing that you are a source, you are already everything you desire to be. Yeah, that's the thing, man. That goes back to what Lucas was saying, right? It's at what point is it enough? Okay? How many times do we do things in this physical reality and it's like our desire just bursts more and more and more and more? Yes, you are an infinitely expanding being, so your desires are going to grow, but at what point do you become content with yourself? Right? You can see people, certain people, where they have had so much work done to them, they walk around looking absolutely ridiculous. Right? They don't even look like humans anymore. They look like a blow-up doll. Right? You might pick her up, because I know some of y'all nasty asses got a blow-up doll at home. You might look at your woman and get confused, like, oh, which one is the blow-up doll? Which one is her? Right? Some people go overboard with that shit. Right? So it is about accepting who you are right now. Accept who you are, and then from that point, now choose what you want. Ants and ducks. Yeah. Changing from a state of lack is always going to be a problem. Right? We've had a lot of conversations just about that SP lately, right? Where people just, oh my God, you turn your SP into God. You send them affirmations and visualizations, and you control your emotions just so you can get them, right? You treat them like they're your God. At what point, oh shoot, got a request. At what point do you decide that you are enough? Do you make the choice that you are enough and allow those things to be added?
Hi, Alex.
What's up? How you doing?
Good. I feel like I've watched your live a lot, and I've always wanted to chime in, but today is the day since everybody's talking about women in the chat, but there's no women that are actually talking.
I'm so glad you are here. Thank you.
Wait, how do I mute myself?
Oh, you good? You gotta ask first. You gotta talk first before you mute.
Oh, okay, sorry. I notice in the chat a lot of times people are aspiring to have or be, but I guess my perspective is a little bit different because I've had everything that I've desired.
Mm-hmm.
I've the money, the SP, all the things. And you kind of get to the top of it when you've been in lack or didn't have a really good foundation, and you realize this ain't it.
Mm-hmm.
All this striving that I did, all these degrees and money and, trips and, body and look, it's not it.
Okay.
So I think that, your approach is so much better than a lot of these other ways of thinking, because you really get what the other guy said, you can have everything on your list that you want, and there's still fine print. There's still those terms and conditions with any SP, with any job, with any money amount. There's always these things that you're not accounting for that aren't that great or aren't amazing. So the goal really should just be being so content and happy with yourself that you really are not looking for anything external. And once you get that, everything is added unto you.
Yeah. I like that. So what I will say, even to kind of add to that, is you're never really manifesting anything outside of you. All right? You are the manifestation. You are God made manifest. You are the identity of God, right? So when you accept that, right, this is why even Jesus in scripture says, seek ye first the kingdom, right? The kingdom is within you. What does that actually mean? It means that if you are the kingdom, if you are the temple of the Most High, if you are source, the identity of source, that means you already have everything. So seeking the knowing, right? Figuring out the knowing that you are already everything that you see, from that perspective, everything can be added to you, right? Seek ye first the kingdom, and all these things can be added to you. This is specifically what that meant, right? So these discussions are why we don't get into just a whole bunch of techniques, right? It's always pointing you back to your power. It's always getting you back to the source that you are I am. You are that consciousness. You are the awareness behind it all. You are the powerful one. You are source. from that knowing, you can get whatever you want. But the more that you're looking out there for something, you are even affirming that you are not. By trying to get this world to look a certain way so you can be fulfilled, you are constantly saying, I am not fulfilled. I am not loved. But the truth is you are. And so when you take your mind or you take your consciousness off of that external world and you keep it on yourself, you keep it in the knowing of who you are, you don't even have to ask anymore for things. The desire is enough. The desire is the fulfillment. All right. And from that desire, when you know that you are the fulfillment, the desires just flow to you because you understand that that is the Spirit of God wanting to experience it through the identity of your divine ass. Right. This is it. So this is why we constantly are pointing you back to Yahweh's power. Right. You can get whatever you want. You can get the money. You can get the house. You can get the clothes. But at what point are any of those things going to be enough for you? At what point are they going to be enough? At what point are you going to say, I got 100K, I want 200. I got 200, I want 500. I want 500, I want a million. At what point will that be enough? At what point will one woman be enough? 2 women be enough? 4 women be enough? At what point? If you're constantly looking for fulfillment out there, you will constantly be chasing things. You will constantly be dissatisfied with your life.
Yeah, that's so true. Because I grew up in a family that is accomplishment junkies. So, I mean, I'm planning trips while I'm on the current trip. The next trip, I'm planning.
Yeah.
I'm going back for multiple degrees. I've done it all.
Yeah.
And I've done bodybuilding. I've done weightlifting. I've done running. I've done everything to find this fulfillment. And I've accomplished it all and got extremely tired and burnt out.
Yeah.
To the point I just was like, I can't do any of this anymore.
Yeah.
So to know your power outside of effort and to just be is so refreshing because I was a doer. Like any accomplishment that was thrown in front of me, I was going to conquer it.
Yeah.
But it's just a better place to be is just chill. Just be and be still and know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got a question for both of you. If you don't mind answering, of course.
Sure.
Alright, cool. We got 2 consensus, all we need. Let's go. So, look, guys. When you live your lives, do you operate mainly in your divine masculine or your divine feminine? Why or why not?
Any of y'all want to answer that first?
I would say at this point in my life, feminine, because I don't chase or effort anything anymore. I let opportunities, situations, everything fall into my lap because it just got too exhausting. I mean, even like working out, like I work out when I feel like it, and I've maintained a fit appearance without doing anything because I'm just not efforting anything anymore. And once you do that, you see everything is added onto you. You don't have to chase anything. You don't have to do anything. You just be. So I guess it's just receiving. I'm just receiving everything. And just being still. Like I currently have a business because I was forced out of my last job, which was a blessing. And my other job called me back and was like, "Do you want to work here?" I'm like, "No, I'm not going into slavery. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm done." So, just receiving. I guess that would be defined for me, I guess.
Austin, Lucas, y'all want to answer? Because I'm going to say both. But I want to hear y'all's perspective. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm honest, I don't think about this. Am I in this or this energy? My approach is I try, quote unquote try, I do, but let's say try. I try my best to be as often as possible in the present moment at my day, right? And I guess that's the feminine one, right? Just be and receive, right? That's my main focus. Be present as often as possible. And don't overthink this whole concept of energies and whatever states. So that's my approach, my answer.
Interesting. I'm gonna definitely say both. 100%. And they both need it. And every person has it, so you're gonna have to learn them one way or another, brother.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you. Thank you for the pharaoh.
And I think if people would actually like sit still long enough to realize that your desires are actually instant. They don't take time. Like, I've been in situations where I've desired something, and what I actually desired underneath the superficial expectation actually occurred. Whether it's quality time with someone or just being in the present moment, enjoying myself. Like, I may have said, I want to do XYZ, but on that specific day, I got exactly what I wanted just by being present and being aware that everything does unfold perfectly.
Beautiful. I want to hear Austin.
Divine feminine and masculine question, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Um,
Which one you operate in primarily, or if you choose a side.
I think that in order to be in your divine feminine or masculine, I don't know, that's duality. So like you're gonna have both regardless.
Yeah.
You know, that you don't just have one trait as far as masculinity and femininity. I mean, obviously you're gonna lean towards more what feels normal for you, but one can't exist without the other. So I think naturally both happen. If you're in a divinity as far as essence goes, I think you're gonna have both balanced out in regards to who you are, no matter what.
That's great. I love it because also if you if you want to see it like this, right, from a human perspective, how we create another humans, right? When the masculine and feminine part
I'll be
come
right back.
together, right, and make love, right? Then creation happens, right?
Yeah, I think divine masculine comes in when the action is required to do said thing. So, yes, of course. If you're gonna get the job and you receive a job, you're not gonna be like, okay, well, I'm not gonna do the work of the job. you gotta do it, because that would be stupid. But yeah, I think it plays in both. But as far as like, for me, seeking money, seeking clients, seeking opportunities, seeking social interactions, it has to be real aligned for me to seek it out, because I'm like, no, it needs to come to me. If it's supposed to happen, I'll put it out there and then it usually falls into my lap without doing anything, because I operated so much in the 3D control I used to. I don't want to do nothing now.
No, I definitely empathize with you. Not wanting to do nothing part. But still gonna have to. Even though. I was just asking that question simply because, I come from a background where I had to heal my feminine because I had a lot of dark feminine energy teaching me how to be a man instead of actual divine masculine energy teaching me. So instead of me having what I needed, I learned how to bring it into my reality and how to wait for it. So I was just asking to see, like, which one do you lean on as your generic option versus what do you lean on as your true expression, like when nobody around? Because everybody got a mask outside if they want to wear a mask. But if you're around everybody that you love genuinely, without judgment, which one do you naturally fall into? Or if you are both, just how do you express it?
Doesn't that change depending on who you are in that season?
Yeah.
I'm a lot softer in this season. So today I may answer one way. A year ago I'm gonna answer. A day ago I may answer different. I think the point is, like Alex always says, like, you're in alignment no matter what you do. It doesn't matter. You just choose that whatever decision, whatever you act like, that's who you're supposed to be, and that's perfect. And that takes the pressure off of having to perform, even for yourself.
question. So, today I had a little epiphany, and I realized that, well, I guess I'll ask this first. Do you think that rejection exists or is real?
You asking me?
Just in general,
Why is this not working? Let me say one thing real quick. If you on YouTube and you want to join, there's a link tree in the bio. I'll try to type it, but the chats aren't going through. It's a link tree in the bio. Go to the TikTok and you can join. I don't know how to make it accessible so people can join on the YouTube. I don't think I can. But if you want to join, just jump on the TikTok and you can join from there. All right, my bad, y'all.
I think rejection is a perspective that you can choose to take with any situation, but I don't like if I go up to pet a dog and it rejects me, I'm not tripping. I don't care. It's a dog. But because I have a story attached to a specific person, if they reject me, it somehow carries more weight. But it doesn't if I don't allow it to. And honestly, is it really rejection if you don't want that version of that person or that situation? Probably not.
Precisely. I think what I realized today was like the only rejection you ever experience is the one that you give yourself. So like if this person doesn't necessarily want to be around me right now, like I want to experience the love from this person, but the love isn't there at the moment, I can walk away from it and be like, oh no, what's wrong with me? Or I can walk away from it and be like, oh, I don't want to experience that non-loving thing at the moment. Which is in relation to this person. But also, I realized too that, like, just because the love isn't there at the moment doesn't mean it doesn't exist, because that's the only thing that actually does exist. So, like, if you have rejection or you experience something where the love isn't available at the moment, it's really easy to walk away from it and be like, oh, I'm not lovable, or this thing doesn't love me, as opposed to just understanding that the love isn't necessarily available at the moment, because it still exists right there. The love is still there. It's just not available at the moment.
Do any of you guys have kids?
I got a godson.
But none of y'all have kids.
I got some women that call me daddy, but that's about it.
Listen, y'all don't know rejection until you have kids, okay? Like, you will become so immune to that. Like, you have to realize, like, nothing is rejection because that person might be tired, might be stressed, might be... There's a whole different narrative that could be going on. So, you know, I don't look at anything as rejection. If my daughter comes to me and says, Mommy, I hate you, it may sting a little bit, but I know that's not true.
Yeah.
I know that she's emotional. And that's with any lower version. I used to believe that a lot of adults are like literally walking around like toddlers. Like no one teaches emotional maturity. At least I thought that in the past. So a temper tantrum from an adult male or adult female is going to look different than a child, but we give the child more grace. But they're the same. They're all the same. So I don't look at it as rejection. But having kids and being married, that mirror comes at you hard and fast. That's what I'm saying. I've had it all. It comes at you hard and fast, so you don't even realize, like, wow, I really thought I knew who I was.
Yeah.
And then you're like, no, I don't.
Yeah. Relationships are divine mirrors, right? Especially a romantic relationship. And then those relationships that you have with children, they're absolutely divine mirrors. They mirror back reality to you in a way that it's very difficult for you to get that level of insight about yourself by yourself. This is why so many people walk around and we think that we are doing so well and we're so in control of our emotions until we find that person that mirrors us. We have that child that mirrors us, and all of a sudden we're forced to confront or face parts of us that we haven't faced before. Right? That's the beauty of it, is that by parenting your children, you are reparenting yourself. Right? It's a beautiful thing.
I mean, you're completely preaching to the choir because literally, for lack of a better term, my SP is the reason why I even started to question everything. Because I'm like, how do I have all this stuff?
Right.
The house, the cars, the trips, the kids, the business, everything. And I am so not happy.
Yeah.
All this stuff. And then, of course, you look at your SP because that's, you know, the closest mirror as the problem.
Yeah.
They're the problem. Society will tell you they're the problem. Your emotions, your unhealed wounds, whatever. And then when that problem is pulled out, you're like, wait a minute, I'm still not happy. What the fuck? What happened? It's like every time I would try to point the finger at him, my higher self, God, whatever, would be like, you're the same. You're exactly the same.
Yeah.
Which created, you know, more love and empathy for my SP, for my kids. It's like, no, this is me. He is me. If you don't want to be confronted by yourself, don't get married. Don't have kids. Because it's a serious mirror.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, everything is mirror, right? Because you travel with yourself. You only experience life within yourself. You only experience your emotions and your thoughts within yourself. You are the one that travels, right? We think that there are things out there, but there's nothing out there, right? Those things are simply catalysts for you to have inner experiences. Everything that we go through alone within ourselves. So you can never run from the problem because you're just running with the problem, right? You can never run. You can never escape yourself, right? So, agreed.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh yeah, absolutely, brother.
Okay. So, if any of you guys are familiar with the term linguistic determinism, it's basically like the idea that if a person doesn't know a word, they're not able to recognize that like word or the phenomena associated with that word in their lived experience. So it's like there are like tribes that don't recognize certain colors because they've never been like introduced to a color. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, right? Like
Okay.
the human experience can only go as far as language goes, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So if we're experiencing all these things inside of us in our lives are a consequence of, I guess, how we define these things that we're experiencing inside of us. Is the scope of our lived experience limited by our intelligence? Like, do we need to read more? Do we need to educate ourselves more so we can expand our ability to define and perceive and create perspectives that help us to live better? Like, is this making sense? Because I'm kind of like going on a tangent.
It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense, right? But here's the other part of it is you are going to do that anyway. You have to we're all infinite beings, right? You're walking around as source. So you're always going to have that desire within you to expand, to get more knowledge, to do more things, to have more experiences. Your desires are going to turn into more desires. So as you walk into a desire, your mind is expanded to more possibilities. Oh, you'll have more, or you'll perceive more in your reality. You'll desire more in your reality. So even going through the knowledge, right? At a certain point in all of our journeys, we didn't think it was possible to create certain things. But then that information came to us and it opened our eyes, and now we're down this path here, right? So you're naturally going to walk into that information. The other part of that is there are going to be certain things that you learn that won't even click to you when you first read it, right? Like you can read a book 3, 4, 5 times and you can learn something new from it every single time because your consciousness just for some reason could not accept certain things yet, or you were seeing them from different vantage points. So you're always going to be expanding. I don't think it's chasing information to see or to try to open you up to more experiences. I don't know if that is the right way to look at it. Maybe it is if that's what brings you joy. But I think naturally going through life, you're going to find yourself in situations where your mind is just opened up to new experiences, new ways of thinking, seeing new things, right? How many times do you go to a new city and you're like, God, man, I can see myself living here, right? Because it's just a new experience. So I think those things are just naturally part of the infinite nature of you, the vastness of you, that most people cannot sit still because we are constantly tapping into that God nature within us.
So experiences like the unspoken language that like transcends information, brings life into information, but just keep living.
Absolutely.
I think I get what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in every area of your life, right? It can be when it comes to traveling, right? There's certain places that until you go there, you can't even perceive, you can't fathom how they would look until you step into that area. We can talk about this even when it comes to sexual experiences. Certain things you just don't know until you know, right? And then you can't go back, right? So there's so many things that just going through life and experiencing things opens you up to new ways of thinking, new desires, right? So I believe it's just natural. The more that we live life, the more that we just try to expand, the more expanded we will be.
Gotcha.
Love that question. Anybody else wanna chime in on that?
Can I hear that question one more time? I was just absorbing information.
Should I repeat the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm trying my best. So basically, my question was, if language and our our capacity for language, like how much we know, basically, if that impacts what we see, like essentially like what we read impacts how we define our lived experiences. Do I need to live more in order to be able to create a better life within myself? Because I'm defining the whole thing. So if I don't know a lot, am I limited to like a really marginalized lived experience that might be maybe more negative than positive based on what I do or don't know?
Oof. And loaded. Good grief. Alexander, you an MVP. First of all, good looking, man. I'm glad I ran to you today. Second person I had a chance to talk to who up here on road. And everybody in the panel. MVPs must have had to let that energy out. It was bubbling for a minute.
Appreciate it.
Alright. So personally, I can only talk from my personal experience, yet I'd say you have to know how it feels to fall. To know if you gonna like to roll or you gonna just stay on the ground. And the experiences is the ground. Sometimes it's Play-Doh, sometimes it's concrete, and sometimes it's grass. But you don't know which one you like being on or touching with basis-wise until you try it. So accumulate experience and then cultivate your new story based on the experiences that you like, not the ones you don't like. And that would be co-creating with God at that point in time, because now you have enough gained the knowledge to know where your skills would flourish the most without having to stress about it. So yeah, just try it. If you don't like it, don't do it no more. Continue. I'll continue.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say for the sex part, like y'all know we all got taught sex the wrong way, you know, in school. Like it's really an act of love and protection and nurturing and being vulnerable and being yourself without having a mask on. And you dig, it's more than sacred. It's the energy exchange of your purest form of being. And it cannot be something you take lightly because it's you. It's really you. It ain't like what people labeled you as. It's, oh, this is the natural, unreplaceable. So you dig, when you find the right person and you actually do it, it's more than just an experience. It's dang near like you open the gate, a portal to a whole different dimension, as I would like to say, or quantum leaping. You dig? It really happened. Quick, but slow too.
I think what Alex stresses, I mean, I'm just gonna keep saying that but like, once you pick your embodiment, once you decide, I want to expand my awareness, I want to have experiences that open me up to wealth and prosperity, because you've made that decision, your thoughts become in alignment with that without you doing anything. So it doesn't matter if you go to the Grand Canyon or go to a coffee shop down the street. God is in everything. It's everything. So whatever experiences you need on the road to fully embodying and having what you want, they'll be presented. There really is no limit based on, your education, what you're exposed to. It doesn't really matter because God is in everything.
Okay. Okay.
I have another question if y'all don't mind.
Absolutely.
So I've been having some challenges financially. What I mean when I say that is I'm getting better with my money and managing it well. But like most people, I like to spend. And so I get caught up in my head with the spending aspect because I'm like, life is short, spend your money, enjoy your life. You can save it all up and die just for somebody else to blow through it. And so sometimes I ask myself if when I'm spending it, I'm operating from too much a state of fear and that's impacting my experience spending the money. And I'm like, spend the money I've never not had money. But I feel like my mindset is God's got me, God's gonna, I got the money, I'm familiar with the language that you've articulated through your YouTube stuff, and I embody that. I know God is and all this stuff. So I'm I'm good, I'm provided, I'm protected, and I'm served by the universe, so the money's coming. But what frightens me about that thinking is, am I trying to use spirituality to convince myself to be irresponsible? Or am I good? Because I've never, even when I've blown all my bread, my bills get paid, somehow the money does just kind of come out of nowhere. But it's such a tight rope that I'm walking, because I'm I think I've pretty much articulated the question as best as I can. I'm just wondering what your thoughts would be on that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very powerful question. I'm gonna probably say the same thing I've been saying. Anybody else want to take it first, and I'll jump in. If not,
I'm very intrigued to see what you got to say, Alex. So definitely.
Gotcha.
I want to say
Go ahead.
it's really a test to see if you gonna stop stressing over trying to control something. Cause realistically, if you know it's already coming, why you thinking so hard on it? And if you're thinking that hard on it, yeah. If it don't come, you come. If you think about it this way though, my brother, your faith, man, that's the test, brother.
Right.
It's always gonna be a test of your faith. It's always gonna look like, dang, what's up?
Go fund
Underdog mentality. I can't walk anymore. I'm tired. I'm stressed. I'm mad. They ain't treat me right. You dig? It's always gonna be some type of
Can I
drama.
add this though? Because I feel like if I push that question to the extreme,
Okay.
it
Yeah.
would be me having unprotected sex and just being like, all right, I'm good. The universe got me. My faith is 1,000% on this.
Okay, hold on.
No, that's real. No,
But I
that's
feel like you have to decide, who's saying your spending is irresponsible?
that is so real. Such a real question.
Who's saying that? You're saying that it's irresponsible.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's a couple other people. That's
No, who cares? Who cares? If you're calling it irresponsible, then it is. If you're saying I'm spending money on experience because I know the money always comes back to me, then that's your decision. And the money always will come back.
So yeah, I agree. This is what I hear, right? I still hear separation, because in one hand you're saying, I know that God's got me, and then you're saying I'm going to spend it, it's going to come back. What I am hearing in between all of that is still the hint of separation. Do you believe that you are the money? You are the money that's being circulated. If you don't believe that you are the money, and you believe that there's something outside of you that is the money, well, of course, you're still going to feel separate from it. You even how you can also tell that is you even can stand in the knowing that no matter what I do, everything still gets paid. Doesn't matter. It still gets paid. But then you still have that voice of doubt that says, well, what if it doesn't? To that, I would ask you, who says you're never going to have doubt about anything? Who says that the doubt is bad? Who says that the doubt is wrong, right? The doubt is a feeling, but you can override it with the knowing of who you are. You can lean back on the truth of the story. The truth of the story is that you are the money. You are not separate from source. The money flows through you as you to you. All right. So that's the first thing. And then number two is you can always lean back on the truth of sitting in that knowing that it has always unfolded for me. Always unfolded for me. So I think the next step is how in what parts of the story are you telling this, or what part of your story are you articulating separation, right? And then how can you eliminate that separation so you are walking as source, right? You are walking as the money, because if you are source, if you are the identity of God, that means you are the identity of money. You are the identity of prosperity. Therefore, everything has to be taken care of, right? It is that knowing. And going back to that knowing can overwrite the truth. I would even say this, even when it comes to the unprotected sex, it's the exact same thing. You are source. It's the exact same thing. It might sound irresponsible, but that's the logical mind. You still are source. You still are protected. You still are divine. You still get to walk around and make the choice on what you are doing. Next part is the judgment of things, calling certain things irresponsible. It's not different. It's all the same. We can't say we can't say your thoughts create reality except for in this part of your life. We can't do that. It's either your thoughts create reality, oh shit, my bad, y'all. Even the phone was like, nah, nigga, you tripping, right? We have to either say your thoughts and you create reality, or you don't. We cannot say that it's just this. It's just in these areas, money, SP, but it's not in these other areas. You still get to walk through life as source and make the best decision for you. And you can declare before you make the decision that every decision that I make is perfectly in alignment with the source that is within me. And everything is working out for me. I'm always protected. It's always good. The money is always coming back to me, right? It has to be that way. It's all or nothing. This isn't, and keep in mind, right? This isn't an invitation to irresponsibility. Because you know when you're walking around just being irresponsible, but you also know when you are walking around simply being source, just being, enjoying life, not taking advantage of people and just trying to do whatever, but actually walking as the creator, right? So you know that.
I want to add, oh sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I want to add something.
Mm-hmm.
I love it and I agree, right? Because you said some response, I want to add something with this.
Yeah.
Your thoughts doesn't do anything, right? Your thoughts are your thoughts. Imagine it would, then in my reality I had already World War 10 or something like this, right? It would, only your decision has power, right? So it doesn't matter what your thoughts you have. Important is what you give the power to, right?
Yeah.
Like what you agree with, what you identify with. And also, you can break this whole down with one simple question, I guess. For myself, why do I want to waste my time on something that I don't want to experience? Right? With thoughts, with circumstances. Right. And when we look at the past, we did it perfectly already, right? Before we got into the law of being or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
We thought, what if XYZ happens? Or this means this, right? And because we don't want to experience it, we just look for proof, right?
Yeah.
So we quote unquote detached from the evidence part, and then boom, it happens quick sometimes, right? We did it perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we have to treat the same thing with the positive ones, right? We already did it perfectly with the bad ones. So now we can do the same with the good ones, right? So just stick to your decision, know who you are, and don't let anything outside of you define who you are or you chose to be. Of course, sometimes it can feel challenging, but that's not a problem.
Somebody flirting with you in the comments.
Yeah, I guess I just want to be careful that I don't jump into deep water and not know how to swim. Be like, well, I have to swim. Just, because that's how I feel and how I am.
Yeah, facts. But God makes a way out of no way, right? You'll never be in waters that are too deep for you to get out of, because you are not the one that gets out of them anyway. It's that source within you. It is I am that is within you that's doing that work. Now, this is not. Let me take a step back. Let me really articulate this. All right, there is a beautiful quote in scripture, right? When Jesus, representing your I am awareness, is being tempted by Satan. He goes out to fast for 40 days. He is being tempted by Satan, and Satan tells him, he says, you know what? You are the Son of God, right? Throw yourself off this bridge. Surely the angels will catch you. And the quote that Jesus said, he said, you don't test God, right? Don't test God. This doesn't mean don't question. What that meant was, I don't just say, I've been praying for prosperity. Let me take all of my money, take it to the casino, or put it on Terrence Crawford to win last night, right? That's testing. I have been praying for prosperity, so surely source must show up for me. I do not have say so over how things unfold. I only have say so on the end result. That is it, right? So if I stay focused on the end result, I am prosperity. I am the money. I'm not testing source by saying my prosperity must come from this way, right? Now I'm just walking through life. I'm making the best decision I can in the present moment as I walk through life, and I'm allowing everything to unfold beautifully, right? That is where your power is. You already have seen the end. You are prosperous. Everything always works out. You're good to go. Now, when you walk in that knowing, you just make the best decision moment to moment, right? You don't go out and just blow everything, right? But if you live a certain way and that's the way that you live, do that knowing that source can sustain you because you are source. Right. So that's how I would look at it. We can say, yeah, if I get too deep, but that's in every situation, right? It's possible to happen in any position, right? I could have a child, right, and all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, I just lose it all in the market, and how am I going to do it? Well, I simply know that I am source. Therefore, a way will be made out of no way, because that is who I am, because that is how I identify, right? So it's that same thing with everything. Right now, you are in a beautiful position of life. You know who you are. You can look back and see the past evidence. It doesn't matter what happened. I was always divinely taken care of. Now, from that knowing, you go forward. And then even to add to what Lucas was saying, there is another quote that is, life and death are in the power of the tongue, and those that love it will eat its fruit. And whenever I read that metaphysically, when it says those that love it will eat its fruit, those that study the law, those that make the law the primary focus in their life, we have all been creating since the day we became conscious. We can go before that. You've been creating since the day you popped out of your mom's womb. You can look back at your life and see times where your faith led to blessings or your faith led to circumstances you didn't want. We can constantly go back and we can be a student of our life, right? I can look back and I can say, with money, boom, when I focused this way, when I believed this way, when I sat in this knowing, everything always worked out for me. That is my case study right there. That is my state of being. That's what I'm going to hold on to. I can say, oh, when I had this belief about women, this is how they showed up in my life. Oh, that's my case study. I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want that belief anymore, right? We can always look back at our life and study. Right? You can always decide who you want to be. Now, does the past truly, this is, matter of fact, I'm going to keep it right there, right? You can always decide who you want to be. You can decide who you want to be from this moment right here. You can let go of the stuff you don't want. You can hold on to the stuff that you do want. You can make different choices, and you can change your choice in this present moment, because this is where all your power is.
I just want to piggyback because you just said it beautifully, man. MVP. Alright, yeah, like, bro, don't judge yourself for either option you choose. It's life, it's an experience. Both of them all lead to your own good. No matter what you done did, that's why you're not supposed to hold on to sin like God don't hold on to sin. It's as far as the east or the west, you dig? Like, it don't matter to you no more because you a new person. Every time you wake up and you alive again, your past is not you. It's only your present. Who do you want to be today?
Yeah.
Do you want to be you today? Do you want to be your past self? in a new day, or do you want to be your future self today? It's who do you love more? And you just choose to be them.
Yeah, I've noticed too. You literally was just talking about what I just did. I made a list of all the things in my past, of all the barriers or perceived barriers that I've had, and how they worked out. And I was literally up to like 75 things and counting of how it looked terrible and then I persisted and got it, or it looked terrible and then it dissolved because I stopped focusing on it. So no, the past is not real, but it does help to build a case that just decide.
Yeah.
Literally, just decide whether it be good or bad. I mean, and that's 75, 76 things of just the good that came out of me persisting in a decision.
Yeah. 100%.
So is the persisting in a decision just a perspective that like exists in the back of your mind? Like it's like I'm good no matter what happens, and then as you move through your life, you just do what you do.
Absolutely. That is exactly what persisting is.
Yeah.
So persisting is my faithfulness, my loyalty to the same story, right? Even if my mind, I start all of a sudden veering off the path, I use that as the perfect opportunity to remind myself I already made the choice. If my emotions are going astray, I use that as an opportunity to remind myself I've already made the choice. I am source, everything works out, right? It's faithfulness. Like if you want to think of frequency, you can think of it as how frequently do you go back to the same story of who you are? If you want to think of frequency, you can think of it like that. How frequently do I tell the same story? Like, so that is all persisting in. Persistence is no matter what I see, no matter how I feel, I am able to be faithful to this same story. That's all it is. It doesn't mean I'm walking around in 24/7. That's on my mind. But when it comes up, I can remind myself. It's the dominant story that I'm telling. That is my persistence. That's my faithfulness.
Yeah, I think the thing that started my journey with realizing like it really does boil down to the decision. I got a job offer that was like in a whole nother state across the country, and a week prior to moving, after I had quit my other jobs, I signed a lease in the city. They pulled my job and they're like, we can't hire you anymore. I was like, what? I have a whole child, like how am I gonna do this?
Yep.
And I made the decision, like I'm gonna go anyway.
Yep.
It's gonna work out.
Yep.
And I went there and I got a gym membership and I got furniture like it was gonna work out. And within a week they called me and it worked out. And I was like, oh, it really does always work out. And that literally started like you just keep deciding what you want, just keep deciding who you are, what you're worthy of, which is everything. And it'll just keep unfolding. No matter what move you make, it's all in the road to getting what you want.
That's a great story, and I would be curious to know because it sounds to me like you just stepped out of the blind.
Yeah, that was the first time I like really, because usually all the other jobs, kind of were, textbook. But this job, I was so done with my current reality. I was like, I don't care what happens. I'm not doing this anymore. So something has to work. And it did. And ever since then, especially with career, for sure, it's been I just decide and it works out.
Wow. You kind of feel superhuman after something like that.
New levels, new devils.
So let me ask a question on top of it, because sometimes I can already sense some questions popping up, right? Or assumptions popping up based on the story that you told. Now, you made the choice, all right? There was going to be a job. All of a sudden, it didn't look like it was going to work out. You still decided to go anyway. Would it have still worked out if you didn't decide to go anyway?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
I see there is no wrong move because every misstep was not really a misstep. It felt like it in the moment, but it really was just, you can look back on relationship, everything worked out perfectly to get whatever you needed in that misstep. Yeah. There is no wrong move.
Exactly. There's nothing to do. There's nothing you have to do. You can move if you want. You can do whatever if you want. But the power is in the choice. This is what that be still and know that I am God means, right? It doesn't mean just be still and you don't have to do anything. It means it doesn't matter what you do. That's not where your power is. The power is in being still and knowing. It is in stilling your mind, right? Getting past the noise, cutting through it and making the decision. Choose what you want. Choose how you see reality. And from that place of power, do whatever you want from there.
And I notice a lot of you are persisting in a decision and say you're met with barriers. The more you persist in your decision, you start to be able to see holes in the barriers. You start to be able, the illusion starts to dissolve without anything physically happening. I've had that happen, like, wait a minute, that's not even a real barrier because XYZ, they didn't need this information because XYZ, like, you can start to poke holes in the illusion, which kind of breaks it down, and they're like, I can get whatever I want. There is really no stop point.
That goes back to that other question that was asked. Is there a such thing as rejection? Absolutely not. Rejection is an illusion. Rejection is, I accept rejection. That's what it is. It's only rejection if I accept it as so. If the job tells me no, it's only rejection if I say so. If I decide. Now, there's going to be certain things where all of a sudden you want to veer, you want to go down a different path. You want to make a choice. Fine, you can do that. But when you commit to what you want, there is nothing in this reality, because this reality doesn't even exist. There is nothing in this reality that can stop you from getting what you want. It's just all you. Every person that you meet is a fragment of you. Every situation that you step into is a blank state or blank slate waiting for your consciousness to paint the picture of what it really is. You are the one who walks in as God and says, this is working out. This will move. Well, even scripture says, if you look at this mountain and you tell it to move, it will move. The mountain represents your circumstances. You can tell it to do whatever. If you say, damn, bro, it's just not working out. Guess what? Reality says, yes, sir. I will do that for you. If you say, it's going to work out no matter what, I've already made the choice, reality will say, absolutely, it will. We got you. You are the power. Point blank, period. Your choice is the power. Your perspective is the power.
I love it. It's always a choice. If you look, especially in the business part in life, right? There's so many people, they quote unquote do the right steps, right? But with a bad outcome because they don't have the right, but they quote unquote stay the decision, right?
Mm-hmm.
They maybe sometimes they imitate other persons and they have a bad outcome. So it doesn't matter what you do; it's who's doing it, right? It's always the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, from this knowing everything is inspired in a live action, right? Everything, man. Even if you have to pee.
Right.
No, I'm joking, but you know what? I was trying to make a point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, that's really look at. There's so many people that do all the great stuff, right? And you can have two people with the same actions and they have two different outcomes.
Yep.
With two different choices, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And another thing what I want to say, persistence. Maybe that's my thing, but I don't like this, right? Because I have a bad story about persistence, right? It means like you have to do something or affirm or something like this, right? But it's more letting go of the reasons why you're not, right? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Of course, remembering sometimes it's great, it's powerful, but it's more about letting go of all the reasons why you're not, right? Because what's left? What's left then? I am or I am not, right? When you let go of the I am not, what's left?
Yeah.
I am.
Beautiful. Beautifully stated, right? Yeah, when you make a choice to be something, right? It's as if all of a sudden you go through this journey of, all right, okay, I like that you said that, Luke. Thank you for the alley-oop, my brother. Thank you for the alley-oop. So when you decide that you are something, you can perceive certain things as obstacles or roadblocks, or you can simply look at them as opportunities to eliminate limiting beliefs. It is as if certain parts of you show up that say, this part of you shows up and it says, this part is not congruent to what you want, to who you say you are. And so the confronting of limiting beliefs is just you confronting anything that implies that you are not the person that you desire to be. Whether it is externalized as a situation, whether it's personified as this hating ass person, whether it doesn't matter how it shows up, a feeling, a thought, whatever, you're constantly going to be facing these beliefs, these thoughts, these situations that imply that you are not who you say you are. And it is your job to say, no, I am. This is all it is. It's confronting all those parts of you that are saying you're not. Like my brother Lucas said, and when you start to confront those and dissolve those, what remains? It's just I am. Because you're always saying I am or I am not. So that's another beautiful way to look at that journey. If persistence isn't the right way to look at it, if you feel a little bit of resistance with that, well, then the moment that I make the choice, the only journey, it's me versus me. It's me confronting any belief that I have that implies I'm not who I desire to be. That makes the journey fun, right? And the more I eliminate those beliefs, the more that I reinforce I am who I say I am. Not that it takes time, because you already are that person, but now you just are continually hardening, right? Hardening that belief. And reality is hardening with you. Just another beautiful way to look at it.
I think what helped me too is recognizing that if this is my reality, this is my consciousness, I am the barriers as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's all me. I'm just choosing when the barrier comes up to see that this is me, this is something that I've constructed, and I'm choosing different.
Beautiful. There's only awareness. There's only one, right? Like there's nothing opposite of you. So it all must be for you. So it all must be helping you to reinforce who you've been the whole damn time. So divine ass.
I want to add one scripture part because I love this part, especially last sentence. Isaiah 32, not 19. Behold, I'm doing a new thing now. It springs forth. Do you not perceive it? I will make a way in the wilderness, and rivers in the desert. Yes, man.
Beautiful. I make a way out of nowhere. You don't have to see the way. You are the way. Just know that you are the way. Make the choice. You are the way. Yeah, don't get quiet on me now. Who next?
I think that when we get into... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just expressing gratitude.
Okay. When we think about like embodiment and we want to have all this wealth, well, you gotta realize you're gonna be confronted by every fear that you have in the road to getting that needs to be dispelled, that needs to be let go of, so that you can continue to decide this is who I am.
Yeah.
So I don't look at the barriers. I mean, some barriers are like, they look real crazy, but it does get easier, I think, over time. And now I just laugh at them because I'm like, this isn't going to stop me.
Yeah.
Sound like you're gonna be starting a YouTube channel.
Yeah, probably, but
She already dropped
I
content.
I get what I want.
She already dropped content.
It sounds like it.
Y'all can go and check her out. She already drops content.
Oh, okay, no, because she's dropping the word like
No, fact.
I'm hearing what she's saying.
But honestly, I started following you, Alex, because you have two of the names of my husband. So I was like, who is this dude?
Girl, you make good choices. You
But
make
it
great
resonated
choices.
at the exact right time because I went through all the religion and the legalism, and then I was like, this doesn't feel good because this feels very judgmental, what you learn in the church. And then I went through the healing phase, and I was like, there's too much to heal. I can't do this. I hate this.
Yeah.
And then it came to there has to be another way. So then I was like, oh yeah, this makes, and then everything else kind of just, my awareness of everything started to fall into place. And we're like, this has all been me. This is all me.
Amen. I appreciate you for being here. Appreciate that I'm grateful to be on this journey with you. I'm grateful to be on this journey with all of y'all, really.
The only thing that throws me off though, if this is all consciousness, and maybe because I was high when I was thinking about this, but did it throw you off when you first realized that people in your awareness aren't really real? You know what I mean? Like they're just a projection of your consciousness. So when they're not in front of you, then they don't really exist for real. And the quantum, or how the tree falls, that threw me off for a while because I was just like, my kids aren't real. These people are not real. It's just me. I'm all alone. It's just me out here making all these people up.
I want to.
And
I
then
want
what
to.
is it all for? That's what at first I got to like, what is this all for then? Because seems meaningless. And it's like, no, you create the meaning.
Yeah. The meaning is you.
But they're
Right?
just a projection of you. They're not really existing outside of your awareness.
Yeah.
So even when I have thoughts of like, oh, what is this person thinking, or what is this situation happening? It doesn't even exist. I'm choosing what
Exactly.
they're thinking.
Yeah.
I'm choosing what's happening.
Yeah, they're thinking whatever you're thinking.
They're thinking exactly.
If you wondering if they're thinking about you, they're thinking about you, wondering if they're thinking about you. You know?
Exactly.
It's just a big ass loop. I want to hear y'all's perspective on that. Did it trip y'all out? I think I do talk about this sometimes.
I love that.
Go ahead.
I love that. Sometimes, of course, I know it's my quote ego part, but sometimes I think I'm like in a science fiction movie, right? Because it's so crazy how all these things work. And also, I saw a funny video a few weeks ago. There was one guy that created a game, right? A game with AI characters, or KI AI characters, and you can speak with them via voice chat, right? And they try to convince them that they're not real, and they argue with them, right? Like, no, I know I exist, and blah blah blah. And it was so funny, right? Because we know that's just a game, I saw it, right? But the same is with us when we come into this whole thing, right? Or when we grew up, it's so crazy. And yeah, really also with thought transmission stuff, you know, there's no thought separation. Thought transmission,
Yeah.
because it sounds like separation, right? There's something just send thoughts to them, right? But no, it's all you, different version, and you only play with yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great part. No. So what is there to fear when you have God on your side and when all you?
Yeah.
When God pays all the worlds, aka you, what is there to fear then, right?
Exactly.
Nothing at all, man. Nothing at all. Honestly, this conversation's been so eye-opening and refreshing. For the first time in a while, my extrovert battery hasn't ran out. I'm like, wow, use this mug going to zero after a few minutes talking. I have to get up out there. But I say, I guess, realistically, I don't see separation as even real anymore, you know? Like, we are all a mirror of what we like and what we don't like, even when we look at random people. And to answer your question, Alexa, I think I said that right. I might have said it wrong, my bad. Alexander, see, okay, it's more letters, okay, I don't. But yeah, you. So, to answer your question, I think since it happened to me in 3 different occasions, my experience varies per time frame when it happened. For example, when I turned 11 years old and I realized, oh, wait a minute, I'm a person. This is not real. That's when I was like, this is not my mom, this is not my dad, this bed's not even a bed. Like, hold up. You know, I was confused. The second time, high school, when I realized, I don't want to have asthma no more, so I forced myself to do something super hard. Work.
Hold up. Did I freeze or did y'all what happened?
I think it's extrovert battery.
Then I got up.
Oh, here we go.
I crawled to that one fountain, sip. Oh, okay, people, they exist, but they don't exist like you exist. You dig? And when I started looking at it that way, I'm looking at everybody that's in my class quit on the team, and I'm looking at how they live their life after, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, I'm not gonna quit. And I got to watch both paradigms of thinking play out over a 4-year period of like, this is what happens if you quit on yourself. This is what happens if you don't quit on yourself. Which one you gonna choose? And I'm like, shoot, I ain't quitting on me. Oh, bro. So you dig? That was the second time. third time, most recently, it's like, all right, they say like, oh, it's so happy to be. It must be good to be a child. They glorify being a child. Like, you don't know anything. The blissful days, when I was your age, those nice little euphemisms or whatever meanings to try to exert power because they older or something. This is my first time clashing with the religious people, the people who are for the old system, the people who love tradition that don't work. And at that point in time, I'm like, all right, hold up. This is not working. Why do you still fight for it? And they like, it's all I know. And none is the same answers I kept getting over and over and over. That's when I realized I cannot be like somebody else. Regardless of if they real or not, this time it's about me. And that's when I chose me for real. And the world just was like, oh, you love you? Now we got to love you like you will love you. And that's when it started blessings, people that care. Now you don't gotta sacrifice your love. You dig? Love is not even exchanged anymore. It's just given to give again. You dig? Ain't nobody losing nothing. And that type of love, the third awakening, I can't go back into the systems of before, And that's my perspective of that, you dig? It's how much you love yourself and how much you're aware of how to love yourself so you can love other people how they can accept it and not in the way that you just want to give it to them, not knowing their container and if they can even hold that love or even nurture it and love on it because it might be too high quality, you dig? Gotta think, some people don't know what love is. They know what liking you a lot and lusting after is, but they don't know what loving you is. When you're not perfect, they gotta like that too. And that's a lesson in itself.
Beautiful.
But there's me, man.
Beautiful.
So what do you think, Alex? How did you feel when you realized that people weren't real?
I never had a big awakening moment. I didn't have it didn't come on all of a sudden. I had experiences, like mystical experiences when I was a child, and I forgot a lot. I forgot about them. I was in a fire when I was younger. When I was in a fire, I went to the hospital. I spent a bunch of time in the hospital, and I was in a hyperbaric chamber. And it's basically this chamber where they pump you with oxygen, right? So when I was getting pumped with oxygen, basically that was just how I started to see things. I started to have memories. Things started to kind of come back to me. So from that point forward, and even to go further than that, so this physical body, all right, you can be incarnate into your physical body in multiple ways. All right? One way is through birth, all right? But another way is anytime, what happened, the nature of reality, because everything is happening all at once, right? Everything is happening all at once. Let's say you're driving, and if you're driving, you go unconscious. Have you ever had a moment where you were driving and you had to slam on the brakes and you're like, whoa, what the hell just happened? If I did not slam on those brakes, I'd be out of here. If you have ever had a moment like that or a close call in some aspect of your life, what can actually happen is you can pass in that moment. And when you pass in that moment, you can make a decision on if it's time to get out of here or not, because you have the authority to say, all right, we still want to do some things or not. Okay? So you can check out. Now, let's say that you pass and you're like, oh, I'm not done. I got to check back in. You can come back into a different reality that's close to where you were, and boom, all of a sudden you slam on the brakes and it's like, oh, what the hell just happened? All right? Now, another thing that can happen. You can pass, and another soul can decide that this is a great start. Okay? This is a great start. So all of a sudden you can jump in right there, right? And you might have a certain picture of how life was before. It might be a little bit, it might not be as in depth, right? It's almost as if you've been hitting your head a couple times. And life is just a little bit fuzzy before. You have spotty memories, but from a certain point forward, you have clarity, right? You might even know people like this where you say something happened to them and all of a sudden they turned their damn life around. What actually happened in that moment, right? So there are different ways that you can inhabit this body, right? Now, I say that because the fire, there was a point where I didn't think that I was going to survive, right? Now, what happened? Who knows? We'll know when I pass, but certain things became much more clear for me after that experience, right? Memories. I don't know if those memories were just memories that I have or memories that someone else has. Who knows, right? Because there's only one mind anyway when we actually go beyond this concept of dualism and separation. So, moral of the story is that from that point forward, there wasn't a big I never had big spiritual revelations. Everything felt smooth. It was just kind of a gradual descending into this awareness or rising into this awareness, whatever you would say. So even the nature of reality, there have been times where I can see the nature of reality, where I can see multiple versions of people right here, materializing or unmaterializing in front of me, right? That had never been something that was extremely surprising. So knowing that people are just fragments, like the people, even y'all, right? In my reality, y'all don't exist. Y'all are fragments of yourself. Y'all are simply fragments of my consciousness. In your reality, I don't exist. I'm simply a fragment of your consciousness. That hasn't really been a profound experience for me because it always has felt like a knowing. This felt more natural than believing that there was a man in the sky that was granting my wishes if I was good or bad. That has always felt more comfortable to me. It's always been a knowing that the nature of reality was not what I had been taught, right? And then also there's a part of me that if most people are following it, it's probably not the path that I want to follow. If there's 8 billion people and 7 billion are going this way, you know what I'm saying? I might want to at least look the other way and see what's down there. So, no, it was never this big realization to me. It's always felt pretty natural.
I empathize so much with your perspective is scary. I literally had this talk with a different group on TikTok like 4 hours ago about, in a sense, Christ consciousness and the people who are, let's put it in Noah's Ark perspective, the people who not on the boat and the people who on the boat. And we was talking like, in a sense, like, dang, people in the 3D don't even realize there is a boat to get on because they're looking for a physical boat and not the spiritual one. And the spiritual boat is loud and clear calling like, hey, this is new love, this is new system, this is new earth. You gotta come to this side. And like, it's people like you, Alexander, who are the bridges to both worlds because you understand both worlds. Yet, at the same time, we all are one and the same.
Mm-hmm.
And not everybody gonna try to get on the boat. And it's painful in the sense to be put in these situations of leadership, knowing that we can't save everybody, but we still gotta try at least to show them that the route that you're looking at may not be the right route. It's the other route. And you know, it's a big gathering of people who think like-mindedly because we know each other even though we don't physically have proximity to each other. And even on this app, we just come together because our spirits just send information telepathically whole time to let everybody know, like, yo, real family, what's up, hello, hi, what y'all doing tomorrow? Because, you know, we got to, we making plans.
Yeah.
Like, we living in a quote-unquote chaotic world at peace because we're no longer a part of the chaos. We just trying to help people get out of it because we know you don't have to be there no more.
Yeah.
And,
you know,
I want to ask you, Alex, like, how do you handle being a torchbearer that has to look at the darkness while also showing the light?
I don't believe it's my obligation to save anyone. Like, I don't look at the world that way at all. Also, from my perspective, I am the light and the dark, right? Like, my goal is not to save anyone. My belief is I can't save anyone anyway. I can simply communicate a message. If you resonate with it, cool. If it helps you to create a better reality for yourself, beautiful. That's perfect. I have done my job. If you're against it, that's fine as well, right? There was a time where if you had told me certain things, I would have looked at you and said, somebody come lock this brother up. He is crazy. Put him in a fucking straitjacket. There was a time that I would have said that as well. So to me, that would be mentally exhausting to walk around trying to save people. And that also goes against kind of my view of the world is everybody in wherever they are is perfect, right? It might look like suffering from my perspective, but that's just my perspective, right? I don't really know what they're going through. I don't know what they've signed up for. I don't know what they're trying to learn through whatever experience they're going through. And I don't know if that experience is going to be the experience that catapults them to their salvation, right? It's like if you have a friend, I've talked to a lot of women like this, right? And they'll have a homegirl that constantly picks the quote unquote wrong man. And they're constantly like crying over this homegirl. Why does she keep doing this? And he keeps doing this to her. And he's cheating on her. And you're simply focusing on that state of this person and creating more and more and more pain for them. Because you are the one creating their reality in your reality, right? So I think about it even on that deep, even in that level of depth. You can try to drag somebody out, but we all know that doing that in the physical reality is useless. It's futile. You going and trying to change physical reality by force is good luck, right? Good luck with that, right? It's all perception anyway. So when I look at people as perfect, okay, I can see them as perfect, but still I get to choose. I don't have to sit around and look at everybody. I don't have to sit here and choose different versions of everybody. I can simply accept that wherever you are is perfect, and I can place my focus on creating this heaven on earth for me, this peace in my reality, which includes the people that I love, the people that are close to me, right? The people in this video, like the people that, sign up for consults, I can choose to see them a certain way. And that is my impact on the world, right? And helping one person, it's like the flow of energy. When we think about the flow of energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be transferred, transmuted, right? So the example I always give is if a woman pulled up to McDonald's in her car and the waitress or the cashier spills coffee on her, and that woman's already having a bad morning and she snaps on the cashier. And the cashier now is in a pissed off mood. The cashier was up all night studying or doing whatever. All right. Now the cashier, somebody behind her that's kind of been getting on her nerves anyway all day. Boom. She looks at them and she goes off on them. And now they're in a worse mood. Now the next car pulls up and it's a mother and a child in the back seat. Okay. And now this cashier is rude to this woman because she's still holding on to that energy. So she's spreading that energy. And now that kid's in the back jumping around, making noise, watching whatever kids watch these days on their big ass iPads, right? And the mom snaps on that kid. And now that kid goes to school and he gets into it, or he does whatever to the teacher, gets into a fight, does whatever. So that energy just spreads. Even if that woman who got coffee spilled on her decided, let me get back in line, and gets out the car and goes back in and apologizes to that cashier, guess what? The energy's already spreading. It's still moving. Who stops it? At what point does it stop? This is the same way that positive energy flows, right? She could have spilled the drink on you and you could have still complimented her hair, told her how good she looked, right? Just said something kind to her. And all of a sudden she's like, you know what? I've been studying all day, but this is worth it, right? I'm going to get through the day. Today's going to be a good day. And now all of a sudden she's kinder to the woman in the car behind her. Then that woman in the car has a kind word to their kid. And now all of a sudden they have a good ride to school. Maybe the kid goes and gives that teacher a hug. And that teacher that's already on a low salary is like, this is why I do this. I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to do this. So your energy is always spreading. Us impacting one person impacts everything, because that energy can't be destroyed. It can be transferred, transmuted, it can be moved on, it can be passed on. So you helping one person helps the world. So that's always been my focus is, can I connect with one person? Well, that's absolutely perfect. Can I just show up? Oh, my bad. Can I just show up as a divine version of myself? Okay, that's cool. From that point moving forward, boom, right? That's how I let everything go. So I don't worry about quote unquote saving the world. I mean, I am the world, right? You are the world. The one person that I help is the world. So from that perspective, you can't do anything wrong.
All love, man. Let's go.
I appreciate that
I
question.
had to kill that mentality a while ago, and it sucked so bad because I'm empathic.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to help people, even at the expense of my own, peace of mind to a degree. And now I realize, okay, I can't save nobody the whole time. I'm just going to do the best I can at making myself happy without morally being corrupted. And by operating through that lens, now I can, in a sense, help people without feeling drained or, stuck.
Yeah.
And I just like that love, man.
Absolutely.
Is that also the love that everybody's on? Who knows?
No, yeah. Who knows? But to me, even that doesn't matter, right? It's just like, you do you, I do me. And that is perfect. What else y'all got? What else y'all want to talk about, man?
I think for me, I started to notice every client conversation I would have, the message was actually for me. It was like perfect timing that I needed to hear exactly what I was telling the person. So I was like, this is kind of like a selfish situation because I'm getting all this, good knowledge that's coming through me, but for them, but it's really for me.
Yeah.
Because they're just reflecting me. Everyone is just reflecting me. And where I'm at or what I need, everyone is a messenger to me. So kind of like what you just said, like if you just focus on yourself, then then you can give love to others and it doesn't feel like a burden. It just is just who you are. It's not forced.
Yeah.
Because you recognize they're just you.
Yeah. They're just you. You are reality. They're fragments of you, just reflecting you back at you, allowing you to do more work on yourself, right? It's everything's a circle. It all points back to the source, and you are the source, right? Which is such a beautiful realization because it makes every single moment in your life worship. Every single moment in your life is a prayer, is an affirmation, is an opportunity to bow down to the altar of source within this other person, within yourself. It all points back to you. It's absolutely beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
I love y'all all, man, so much, literally. And all I want is for y'all to literally manifest y'all best and most joyful dreams and most peaceful lives, because this, you either know how to use now your consciousness or not, and that's pretty much the only choice now. And with mine, I'm just gonna keep loving people and all that good stuff, and hopefully finding more people to love all that good stuff.
Yeah.
And playing music.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But yeah, I gotta get up out of here. I'm tired and my social battery is a little drained, but I followed you. I will be tapping in just to say hi every now and then.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you for joining. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate your energy. Appreciate the words.
I love, brother, man.
Alrighty, bro. The people been asking for you, Austin. I done seen your name pop up throughout the chat. They've been asking for the wise words. of the brother Austin, the good brother Austin. Oh, my dog must have went to the bathroom.
He sleep.
Or he's just talking over there on mute. No, he's not talking on mute. He doing something. My brother
He
checked
does
out.
whatever you believe he does.
Right.
But that's, I think what you were saying before, I stopped arguing with people probably like a year ago. Because I'm like, what is the point? That's like me arguing with a mirror. Why I gotta argue with me?
Mm-hmm.
I just decide different.
Mm-hmm.
That's with my kids, with my spouse, anybody. I just decide different.
Anybody want to answer that question? It's 2 questions. Let's see if y'all want to answer it. Number 1 is, how can I be healthy when I feel the symptoms daily in my body? Number 2 is, if the things we come across are a reflection of something in us, how do we find that within? Anybody want to take a turn on any of those? I know this good brother will take a turn on.
Brother Alexander, how are you?
I am blessed, my brother. How you doing?
Always.
Hey, pronounce your name for me if you don't mind, brother.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Here, pronounce your name for me.
Ezozu.
Teizozu.
It's a reflection, yes.
Teizozu.
But my name is Ezozu.
Heizozu. Got you. Heizozu.
Ezozu is my reflection.
Beautiful.
And Brother Alexander, you are Ezozu.
You are. We are.
We are. It's a reflection of myself.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to hear your perspective on this question, man.
Yes, that's why I actually joined. I was like, you know what? Last time I asked you some questions. Now I want to give you the opportunity to ask me some questions.
Perfect. I'm gonna source the questions from the chat, man.
So Clarence, I would love to help.
So this one is, so if the things that we come across are a reflection of something within us, how do we find that within?
How do you find the reflection that you see in front of you within? On my journey, it was this. When I closed my eyes, I saw horrendous things. Things that, weren't mine, that other people had done. And it was like, how can I love this? Ultimately, what I found out is all those horrendous things that people do, is Source. Source does not judge. You are an individual. You can do what you want to do. It really depends on you, on how you want to be reflected back to yourself. Right, so, if you give somebody anger, you're going to get anger back. If you give somebody love, you'll get love back. So when somebody gives you anger and you reflect love back to them, it only eases their anger, right? So it's not how do you find the reflection in yourself. You are the reflection.
Beautiful. Cause that even goes further. It's what are you trying to find, right? You already are everything. Even trying to find implies that there's something there's some journey that you have to go on. You can look at reality and you can see your reflection. You can make a choice on who you want to be right now, and that will be reflected back to you. So we often think, or we hear, we have to go within, and we think of it as this long, deep, dark journey through pain and through whatever. Well, that's not the case. You simply are reality. And when we accept that and we begin to choose how we want to interact with reality moment by moment, now the world reflects that back to us.
With me, every single moment that I have with anybody, I give 100%. They get all of me, in that moment, right? And I think that just goes back to, even when you're talking to a homeless person on the street or you're talking to the CEO, everybody's going to get the same person that they see in front of them.
Yeah.
And that's the only way I'd say only way to be is to be love all the time and just reflect yourself into others, and they'll see that reflection.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I got another
Any other
question.
questions?
Go ahead.
Any other questions? I'd love to answer them.
Is he answering the questions or you? Was that
Oh,
me?
anybody.
Okay. If she's talking about something negative, like she's not wanting to repeat a cycle, I feel like my process has been like if something upsets me or I'm seeing a pattern that I don't like, my process is I feel whatever emotion is associated with that, whether it's sadness, anger, whatever, and I investigate like what lie am I believing about this situation, whether it's I'm not good enough or I've been rejected or I'm not included or whatever the lie is, or if I'm seeing a pattern, what is the lie that I'm believing? And then I just choose different. I say, no, I'm always accepted, I'm always included, I'm always loved, and that literally takes the heat off of the mirror, which is the reality, because I was just perceiving it in the lens of whatever lie I was believing.
Mm-hmm.
So I changed my mind. I changed my decision. Like, no. And I've literally done this and I've seen it reflected back within minutes.
Yeah.
It's kind of bizarre at times. I literally, like, am I being punked? Like, this is crazy how quickly something will shift. In my 3D reality, once I make the decision, I don't believe this lie anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for a lot of people, which I know I did before, I was a distractor of feelings. I did not like to feel. We try to be busy and active and you don't want to feel sadness, but that really is the portal for me to you have to kind of go through it and know what you've been believing, because you keep suppressing it, you're never going to get to changing your decision. Because you think it's them out there. You think it's, you don't realize, no, it's something I'm believing that's wrong.
Yeah.
It's inaccurate.
And even a deeper hidden, kind of beautiful truth that you're stating is the perception or the knowing that reality is not separate from you, right? That often keeps us in this trap or in this loop. Is the more that we feel separate from reality, the more that we feel like we have to dig within ourselves to change it. We have to struggle against the mirror to change it. But the mirror is you. You are reality. It's like as within, so without. Like I say, it's not profound enough. You just are reality. There is only one.
Sorry to interrupt there. Can I answer or give something to you guys? Or
Absolutely.
To make sure it's the same?
Absolutely.
So I don't know where I heard this or where I read this, but let's say, Brother Alexander, if I was to give you a gift and you rejected that gift, who does that gift stay with?
Stays with you.
Exactly. So if I was to curse you out, call you names, give you anger, give you pain, but you reject it, who does that anger and pain stay with?
Stays with you.
Yes. Exactly. So it's the same thing. So when somebody gives you something that you don't want, reject it.
Mm-hmm.
Let them keep it. Don't let it affect you. Right?
Exactly. When we link, exactly. It's as simple as that. It's not that we have to dig within ourselves to find some hidden thing to fix this reality that we feel separate from. You don't have to accept anything from reality that you don't want. It's simply reflecting you, and if you want the reflection to change, simply change your perspective of it. Simply choose different.
Okay, can I jump in quickly? Thank you everybody for jumping in and answering. I love those answers. I guess the reason for me asking is that I just came across it a lot, and I found myself, especially in relationships, that for whatever reason, it's so back to back to back. It's like almost the same person, but just different bodies. And I'm like, this is crazy. Like, why is this thing happening? And somehow I come across as like, there's something within you that causes you to be like, I don't know, to attract, blah, 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 blah. And in general, I'm just a curious person and I want to know why. So, and I'm like, okay, so if I'm trying to do something to fix this, and if the problem is me, like whatever, how would you go about that? So that was why that I'm just curious.
What is there to fix, right? You already know what the issue is. Right now, your expectation is that when you walk into all these situations, you get the same person. That's your expectation. That's your story. That's what you're choosing. So it's not about finding something within you. You already know what it is. It's the expectation that that is going to continuously show up. You wanted to say something?
Yeah. I feel like the reason that for me, I kind of like struggle with that is like, even if I changed my view, it didn't change. So, and I don't know if there's like a timeline. I know there's no time, like whatever, that's true. But it's just frustrating because it's like, even if I change my perception and I don't own up to this, you know, and I obviously like, if they give me something and I don't accept it, I save it back. So I just find myself meeting people after like person after another, and then yet they're same. So I don't know. I just found that really frustrating. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense, and that will be frustrating as long as you are looking outside for the confirmation that you are who you say you are, right? What you're saying, like really listen to your story. You're saying that the expectation was all these people show up the same, different people from different, just different vantage points, same person in different bodies, different avatars. And now you're saying I'm choosing different, but nothing is changing out there. You are waiting for the external world to validate you, to show you that you have made that choice. When really you have to stand on, you have made that choice no matter what reality shows you. That way reality will conform. If you are saying that I've chosen, but nothing is changing, you already know what that is. You're looking out there and waiting for something to prove to you that you have changed. When you are the proof, decide that you are the proof. No one out there can prove anything to you. The pattern cannot be broken by reality. It can only be broken by you.
Can I put my 2 cents in there?
Mm-hmm.
So, I completely agree with you. Absolutely right. Let's say you want money, right? And you want to get wealthy. And now you're doing all these things to gain money, but nothing's happening. It's because what you embody is not money. So, essentially, is what you embody. So if you want peace, you have to embody it. If you want money, you have to embody it first. And then do not ask for results right away, because once something truly is embodied, the universe has no choice but to give it to you, because you already embody it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Love it, right? It's when you can take your consciousness out of the external reality, when you can make the choice that you already are this person, and you can walk in the consciousness, in the awareness of knowing that about yourself, and you know that about yourself to the point where it doesn't matter what reality shows you. That is when reality shows you what you want. So the more that you are waiting on reality to show you something, to truly know who you are, to know if you are doing it right, you'll constantly be in the pattern of waiting. But once you make that decision and know who you are without the need for anything out there, that is when. So even when people say, stop needing it, it's not really about not needing it as if you don't want it. It's when you know, when you have confirmed who you are, that is when reality must as well. When you have just accepted, this is why even it says, be still and know. Be still and know. When you know who you are, then reality has to show you who you are.
Yeah, and I will do it again. The name Anna Ludwigi. Yeah. Do you need the validation to know that my name is Lucas? Do I need to know that Do I need the validation to know that my name is Lucas from a really perspective now? To make a point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And do I change my name when someone calls me, I don't know, Matthew, right? No. And that's the same way how we should trade the outside world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Lucas.
Don't change our names.
Yes.
Yes, that's it, right? Of course it can feel changing, but that's okay, right? That's okay.
Yes, Lucas. Like, you know you're Lucas. Doesn't matter what anybody else calls you, you know you're Lucas. Correct? And you'll always be Lucas. So if you are in love, doesn't matter what somebody gives you. You you are loved, and that's what you'll get back.
Yeah, imagine every time I felt bad, I had to change my name. Then what the fuck?
Exactly.
Yeah, that can happen.
Tima, what were you saying? Thought you were about to ask something else.
Sorry, I forgot. It comes back to me.
Nah, no problem.
Can I ask everybody here something?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
That was
Outside the rustle of our lives, outside the money, outside all the things that you want, what kind of life do you truly want to live?
Who wants first?
I go first. A life where I'm free to be able to do whatever I want whenever I want it, and I want to be happy. I mean, I'm already happy, but yeah.
What a beautiful question.
It reminds you of a question: what do you want to do if you have no fear? But yeah, I also would give almost the same answer, right? Have peace, right? No matter what happens, right? That's the main goal, right?
Yep.
And that's why we're here, right? Yeah, and I do it already. I quote-unquote try my best with being present as much as I can the whole day, right? Because my peace is my biggest gift, I guess.
I think for me, it's definitely peace. I like experiences. I want to experience everything, all the good stuff, and love.
All the good stuff.
Yeah.
Freedom for me. Freedom to do whatever I can to help my family, to show up for the people that I want to show up for. Right, that's it.
So we can all agree that almost everybody's answer is almost the same. They want to feel a certain way. They
Yep.
want to be a certain way. So why not choose to be that right now?
Absolutely. That's the magic question, right? That is the magic question. Beyond those things, those material things, what are you really looking for? This is the feeling of the wish fulfilled, right? It is that knowing that right now you are already everything that you desire to be. You want that freedom where you are. You want that peace where you can have that right now. It all exists right here. It is all right here for you. And dwelling in that knowing is what adds all those things to you anyway. Got another question for y'all.
Just one more thing.
Yeah, go
You
ahead.
see, guys, when you find freedom within yourself, that's when you're truly free to experience the world for what it is.
I totally agree with you. I moved to a whole ass different country and I faced a lot of fears. So I kind of like it though, because there were moments that I'm just like, oh my God, am I gonna make it? Like, this is my worst fear. And I went through it and I came out and I'm like, the feeling that you get after is crazy. So that's the way I live, you know, I just go through it and I try to not, for the fear to not let me feel free. But also it's just the life obligations that are, you know, finances is one thing that like gets you stuck if you think about it that way. But yes, in the spirit, totally free, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's another question from the chat, right? Oh, yes, you had a question?
Hola, hola, buenas noches.
Sí.
I said good evening, Alex.
Hola. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. I wanted to, it's not a question, but I guess I wanted to hear your train of thought about it. When you got, I guess when you actually start seeing, I guess, not abnormal things happen, but I mean, mean, in a sense, like from what the logical mind could understand. Like whenever you guys started experiencing certain things that could, quote unquote, wouldn't happen by itself, like how did you guys start processing those things? Like, I'll give an example. The other day, I was giving my dog some new medication that they gave me, and usually, like the cap has like a little smaller little hole to get the little syringe through there, so the medication won't spill out. But that one didn't. So I just thought about it. I was like, oh, it would be nice if this one had it, right? And that's all I thought. While I was giving her the medication, that's all I thought. Then tell me why the next day I come back and that damn thing has that cap on there, the one that I wanted to actually be there. I was like, what the hell? I really didn't want to, start kind of going into loops into how, where I just kind of dropped it. But it's just like, how do I start normalizing these things for me, because they have not been normal?
Repeat what you're doing. How is it? This is your normal now.
But how did you, like, I guess at the beginning for you guys, like, how did you guys, I don't know, how did y'all handle those things at first, where y'all just kind of started just, I mean, I don't know, I just kind of want to hear what you guys thought about, like, how did you guys start processing when stuff like that started happening to you guys?
I thought it was exciting. I thought it was fun. And then now it's the expectation that things will shift immediately to what I want.
Can I answer this, if you don't mind? Alright, Jesse, so you see, you're not the human experiencing source. You are source human experiencing what it's like to be human. So when these things are happening, don't freak out, because understand what happened there? Let me explain. So you truly wanted something without no expectation of it coming, and you thought about it, and you, like in quantum entanglement, one particle is entangled to another. You broke down that reality where it came to fruition into yours, and it was just a small, tiny little change that you did not care about, but it came true. You made it come true. Just because you didn't have no expectations of it coming true, but you thought about it, so you collapsed that reality.
That is true, because I had not thought about it like that. It was a desire. Oh, it would have been nice to have that on this medication, and it's just like, oh, it's given. But I get, how sometimes we kind of go into like, we kind of want to put labels into desires, a bigger one and a smaller one, right? So since that one wasn't so big, I didn't actually even see it as a desire itself.
Beautiful. Why do you think it just showed up like that? Just the desire. Just the it would be nice. Why do you think that just showed up?
I mean, because I am that I am. Mm-hmm. Of course. Mm-hmm. But it's like, I don't know, it just, I really didn't, like I said, my mind did try to go, oh, it's because you did, no. I didn't go into the loop or anything. I'm just like, I need to start normalizing this thing, because sometimes
But you already said the answer, right? It happened because I am that I am. When you know that you are source and walking in that fulfillment, your desire is the promise. Your desire is the fulfillment, because you are the fulfillment. So the ego mind's going to want to ask more questions, but you just answered the question in full. Why do you think it happened? Because I am that I am. Because I am whatever I say I am. Because I am source. Because I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life. I am everything that I desire to be right now. From that, knowing your desires, that's source. That's the promise right there. You don't even have to ask anymore.
Also, it's because you believed you were worthy of having that syringe.
Yeah, and even so I like that, right? Even a step further, right? Is you believed you were worthy because you already know that you are everything. How could you not be worthy?
to apologize. I should not use the word believe. I do not like that word. It's because you knew you were worthy of that syringe.
And you are the syringe.
Yes, you are.
Exactly.
I think when you start to realize that you are the fabric of reality, you everything is pushing you forward, even if it looks bad. It's all pushing you forward into the remembrance of who you are. So even a traffic delay or a time, it's not really a delay. It's literally who you are. It's helping you. It's giving you something.
And you see, everything exists in the field, all possibilities. So Jesse, what happened there is you just jumped to another timeline where you purchased a different syringe. Your consciousness just collapsed that reality into yours.
Right. I've had times where I know I'm going against what I probably should do, but things will be arranged that it'll push me to do what I need to do. And I'm like, see, I was going to go back on what I wanted to do, but then reality made me do it anyway. So I had to do it.
There's no choice.
Because it's always supporting me.
Yeah.
It is me.
So, like, you know, small things can happen quick, tiny things like a syringe happen like that. But when you, like, big things like you want a lot of money, right, those things are a little harder to embody. So they take time to really show up. But you just have to know that they will.
How do you feel about that, Alex? Just curious.
It is our awareness that determines what is, you know, difficult or simple, right? It's our awareness that says large or small. So yes, certain things will take longer. However, why is that, right? I like to get to the root. Why is it? It's because from my human perspective, I look at certain things and I say, this is more important than that. This is larger than that. Manifesting $1 is different than 1,000, than 1,000,000, than whatever the case may be. We impose our own human limits when that source within us is everything. It is all that there is. The same substance that flows through you right now, that flows through your bank account right now, even if it says $20, is the same substance that will flow through your bank account when it says 1,000,000. It's the exact same. It's just a rearranging of that exact same thing. So it's our perspective, it's our awareness that classifies things as large or small. So those are even the limitations. Is sometimes we might say, okay, I can get this syringe, but now I'm getting $1,000 or $1,000,000, all right? Now, how can I confront those limitations? How do I walk through life when I start having those thoughts or those situations that pop up that try to show me I am not who I say I am? How do I confront those things and start to eliminate those limiting beliefs to reinforce that I'm already everything that I desire to be?
Can I add onto that, Alex?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so you guys, it's not just you that's affecting the field. Everything. There's 8 billion of us that are affecting the field. So it's not just your own limitations that you put on yourself, it's the limitations of others that they put on you as well. So the longer you can hold a frequency of money, a frequency of love, the more it'll start changing other people how they view you, right? So that's like, let's say if you embody the frequency of money for like a day, it's not going to do much. But if you can embody it for a year, the other people around you will start looking at you like you're embodying money, like you are money. So it's going to come to you. Like, see, like small things like a syringe is because it was only you affecting the field there. But the thing that only affected you, when there's other people in the field, they also look at you, and the way they look at you also affects how your reality as well.
Can I add on to that? So, if I create my own reality, how do other people?
They don't. I don't think they do.
Yes, they do. You see, because what I mean is, say,
Hell yeah,
when it comes to
debate.
money,
A
if
little
you hold
debate.
that frequency for a year,
That's the
then
limiting
people will
belief.
start looking at you like money, so money will come. But if you can only hold it for a day, everybody's going to look at you the same. But it all starts from within. Now, if you embody money from within, it'll start reflecting from the outside. And other people's limitations of you will start to decrease for money.
Ooh.
It will be like, okay, there's no limitations on this person for money. But because it started from within.
But their view of you doesn't affect your reality.
When it comes to things like money, yes. When it comes to a thing like a syringe, no. That's why something.
All right, Alex. You
No. Don't defer to me. Y'all go on and hash this out.
I take a different approach, Jesse. I don't believe that. I don't believe anybody else's opinions or view of me have any bearing on my
So,
reality.
so,
You're right.
so I have a question. Let me ask a question in the middle of this. So, what is the delineator between something that is only impacted by my consciousness and something that is large enough to be impacted by the consciousness of other people? What would be the line? Is there?
Government's for it, though.
So what?
Government's for it, though. Right. So what do governments do? So what do people do to get in power? They go preach to the people, and then the people give them their views, right? So President Trump got kicked out of office because they changed the narrative on him. He wasn't the president anymore. Then he changed the narrative on them, so he became the president again. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I hear you.
So if
I hear
your
you.
narrative on the inside, is money, and nobody can shake that. Nobody can shake what's on the inside. Things will start to happen faster. But if somebody, says, "Hey, no, you're worthless," and you believe that, bam, you're back to zero. You know what I'm saying?
So
yes, it's all from your. But then, it's how long can you hold it?
okay. Okay. So if it's something like let me just make sure I'm clear. So when it's something like a syringe, all right, it's simple because there's typically not other people that have spoken. All right, hold on. Before I say this, hold on. Can you go on mute real quick? Can you go on mute real quick?
Yeah, sorry.
No problem. All right, so before I say this, y'all, remind y'all, okay? There's only I am. I see all of y'all in the comments going crazy, right? Calm down, right? Clutch your pearls real quick, all right? Everything that you hear, everything is an assumption, okay? Everything is an assumption. We all have different ways of viewing reality, okay? You take whatever works for you. You don't take whatever works for you. But still, these discussions are meant to simply expand you, opening you up to different perspectives, right? So still, the truth is going to be the truth for you, right? The truth is going to be the truth for you, right? So question that I was going to ask is this, or just to make sure that I'm clear. If it's something that is small, I guess, quote unquote, small to us like a syringe, right? Where other people's consciousness, whether it's a government structure, whether it's whatever is outside of you, isn't impacting me. Meaning I don't have stories, okay? Meaning I don't have stories and I'm going through life and hear it. When it comes to money, I might have all these stories in my mind that are based on the media, that are based on politics, that are based on other things. And if those stories seep into my consciousness, it will make certain things more difficult to receive. That's what I'm hearing you say. Is that okay? Anybody wanna counter that, or you want to add to it?
Also, everything is the truth. Even the lies you tell yourself are true.
Mm-hmm. So that so hear that, right? This is simply going back to the programming. This has nothing to do with whether other people are real or not. This has nothing to do with whether other people are real or not. This is simply saying, right now, you are in a structure that has imposed certain limiting beliefs on you. You still have final acceptance of those beliefs. You still do, right? So it's not whether it's right or wrong. This is simply you're going to walk through reality, and whatever is imposed on you, whatever beliefs you have, it is still your consciousness that gets to make the decision on if this is going to be prison for me or if this is something that I can transcend. It's still all you. It is still all you. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all know where I stand, right? I don't believe anybody can control your boy, but y'all know where I stand. But those things that's part of reality. You're walking through reality, and we're still walking through a collective consciousness. And there's certain programs. Go ahead.
Pings off each other. Everybody's consciousness is pinging off each other all the time. All right, Alex, that's all for me today. I love you, brother.
Love you too, brother. Appreciate you.
Talk to you soon.
All right, later, man.
Can I add on to that, Alex?
Yeah, for sure.
based on what we're learning, because it's like right now, like everybody's been saying that the economy is so bad, right? That this is dropping, this isn't that. It has not affected me one bit, but it's not my truth.
All right.
It's not my truth. I'm not gonna take it as my truth, right? Because yeah, maybe everybody is experiencing that because they're all running in the loop, deciding, believing what society is deciding for them. But I choose not to go into that belief itself because I don't want to be part of it. So I have not been affected by it.
You don't. Yeah. Exactly.
So-
exactly.
So I wouldn't. Go ahead.
No, I agree with you. I don't. That's true, right? I can walk through, and reality can say the market is collapsing. It could, matter of fact, going to finish off. I'm gonna probably take some time to respond to this. You have something else to say? Yes, my bad.
No, I was just waiting.
Okay, my bad. Cool. So here is the thing, all right? When we go through reality, all right, this isn't something to be confused about, okay? Hear this. When I walk through reality, I can hear a story of the market is collapsing. I can hear all of these things outside of me. I can hear the wars going on. I can hear this and that. I can hear a rumor over here. I can hear programming over here. Who has the final say-so on what is accepted as a limitation in their life? You do. You do. You always get to make the choice. Nobody can touch your consciousness but you. We can tell stories and say, yes, this entity or these other people are impacting your consciousness. Who has final say-so on if that's the truth? You do. Certain things are large and small. Who has final say-so on if that is the truth? You do. You can still be open, right? Hear other people's perspective, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what anybody else believes. The only thing that matters is your decision on what reality is. That is it. And let me reiterate what I believe. What I believe is that there's absolutely nobody that impacts my consciousness, that impacts my reality. There is nothing outside of me. There is nobody outside of me. Nobody. Right? So, yes, I can listen to stories, but I don't have to accept them as true. I can hear other perspectives, but I don't have to accept them as true. There is no limitation when it comes to money, and there's no difference in me manifesting $1 or $1 million. It's all the same. We put different stories to try to explain how time impacts us. We put different limitations and different stories on that. But at the end of the day, they're simply stories that we're telling. Me telling the story that $1 is the same as $1 million is my story. You telling the story that it's different is your story, right? It's still a story. It's still my limitation. It's still my reality, right? There's only all that there is. Anything that is below all that there is the limitation.
And would you say, like, let's say for instance, like, I mean, whether it could be this or it could be anything else, right? We had a different opinion based on that, right? So once, let's say you throw your opinion, I throw my opinion, but if your opinion was triggering for me, that it's talking to me myself, right? Mm-hmm. Because if I truly did believe that, I wouldn't even be bothered by it. It's like you could sit here and I could tell you, hey, Alex, you know, your wall is black. And you're like, no, it's not, right?
Yeah.
But it's okay, right? I can look at it black and you can look at it white or beige or whatever color it is, right? We're not going to be bothered because it just doesn't matter, right? But then if you really do get triggered about it, it's because of something that I am saying. Would you say that probably that individual within itself, it's a limitation and that's why they're so triggered about it?
Well, it could be, right? It's hard to say exactly, but yeah, that could be the truth, right? Because why do I need to defend? Who am I actually defending my belief to? Am I defending my belief to you? Do I believe I'm going to change your belief, or am I defending it to myself, right? So, yes, from one perspective, absolutely, right? If I sit here and somebody says something that bothers me and I get triggered and I have to defend my perspective to it, right? Well, is that a sign that I'm not solid in my truth? It could be. Might not be. It might be something else. Maybe it's, me trying to save them. It could be a plethora of things, right? But the bottom line is I don't have to do it. I don't have to get into a back and forth with anybody. I can hear whoever out on whatever belief they have and say, okay, cool. It's not going to change my belief unless I decide that I want to change it because it feels more liberating to me to live by that belief. Right? So just at the end of the day, it's just me. I'm not trying to correct anybody else. If anything, I'm simply putting my beliefs in the blender and seeing if they hold up, which they typically do, which is why I still hold on to them. If they don't, then I go back to the lab and I'm like, okay, well, let me think about it. Do I still want to have this belief or not? And I move forward. So it's always, every conversation that you have is always going to expose some part of you. It's and even we can go a step further. You sitting there and somebody telling you something and you having a rebuttal could simply also be proof of your conviction. It could be all of those things, right? So it's hard to say it's just one thing. It could be anything. But the stance that I take is I don't really need, I can hear anybody out on their perspective. I can try to understand anybody's truth. Is it going to sway mine? Probably not. It could. But I'm always open to have an open dialogue on somebody else's beliefs. Shit, that's the ops working on you. Nah, I don't know about all that. What if you're not steady in who you are? What if you're not steady in who you are? Well, I mean, that's your decision to make, right? That's your decision to make. If you're not steady in who you are, why not? What is stopping you from being that, right? Keep in mind, y'all, that's what I constantly say. There's nothing outside of you that will push you to being solid with who you are, right? You think you're looking for proof. But I tell y'all the story all the time. I was going to get evicted. Finally, I had manifested getting some money and everything was paid off. And even when it was paid off, did my nervousness just disappear and evaporate? Hell no, I still didn't have money. I still didn't have money. I still didn't know what I was going to do. But I could lean further and deeper into faith, knowing that I had already seen this. Okay, it doesn't matter if I have it or not. It's already here, right? So it's still all you. You have to make the choice to believe, right? We say, typically when people say things like, oh, I'm just not steady in my knowing, I can typically see that you're talking about your feelings. You don't feel a certain type of way about it. You don't have to feel a certain type of way about it. You just have to know. When you wake up in the morning and you say your name, do you feel good about it every day? Ah, yes. Right? Do you feel a certain way every time you say your name? Hell no, it's just your name. It doesn't matter how you feel. It's beyond your feelings. Knowing is beyond feelings. Right? You simply make the decision. So you getting 8 from the snake. Must be online. Right? All that convincing and trying to lean into how you feel to convince yourself, that's for people that don't have the nuts to just know. That's all that is. Right? Just have the balls, just have the backbone and just know. That's all they're trying to convince yourself and affirm your way into believing. Simply make the choice. Simply make the choice. It's absolutely different, guys, right? Feelings and faith are two completely different things. Your feelings are fleeting. They change moment to moment. You can wake up tomorrow and not feel good, but you can still decide that you are perfect in the midst of that feeling. You can wake up and feel great, and you still are perfect in the midst of that feeling. No matter what you're feeling, you're still the same, just as worthy, just as divine, just as much love, just as perfect, just as prosperity. You are simply all that there is, no matter what.
And I think a lot of people forget that, Jesus had feelings. It's all throughout his walk. He had feelings, he had emotions. So why do we think that we're not going to be the same?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
He cried, he was upset, he was angry, he flipped tables, he did a lot of things. If you really read the book of John, he was kind of a smart ass with a lot of his responses. They weren't nice and, in a bow, but he knew who he was.
Yeah. Yeah, Jesus hits you with a metaphor in the quickness, right? Jesus, my son's dying. Ye of little faith, get out of my face. Take this parable and move on, right? Like, yeah.
And if you don't get it, that's on you.
Exactly. What other questions y'all got? Miss Corinne, you jumped on here. How you doing today?
Hello. I didn't have any questions. I just wanted to add on to the discussion of, I don't remember his name, Tizizu or whatever, but he was saying that about the size of like what you're able to manifest or what changes and your 3D reality. And I truly believe like with every cell in my body that it doesn't matter the size of what you're trying to call in. It just, the only thing that matters is that you remind yourself that you are it and you already embody it. And it doesn't, I don't know, I just don't see things as so solid anymore. Like the amount of money, I just look at it as energy. Like I feel like everything is just an energy form, and you just tap into that energy and call it in. I don't look at like 1,000, like you said earlier, like I don't look at $1,000 being different than $1 million. I believe that we can call in any amount. So yeah, I was just gonna add into that I don't see it different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree completely. Anybody else want to talk about that?
I love that. I agree also, you know. No, I saw everything in this community, even with close friends people, you know. To some people, SPs, for example, is a big topic, right? For some people, SP is easy as fuck, but they struggle with money. And for other people, money is easy and they struggle with SP. So, when you think about it, there's no universal truth that this is harder, this is easier. No, it's just you and your story, right? Your attachment to I'm not from an emotional standpoint, right? So for God, everything is the same. It's like click here, bam, bam, bam. Like a cup of coffee or USB doesn't matter, you know. You make it bigger than you. That's the only problem. So you create your own rules, your own difficulty, right? But the universal law is like it's easy. It's not everything has the same worth, so to speak, if you want to call it that, like this. Everything is neutral. Yeah, just you. You versus you know, like you versus you all the time.
Yeah, I also think that like it being unattainable is an illusion. And I always think of like the same thing of like supply and demand is the illusion is the way that a lot of companies market things. And like even when you go out to like a new bar or a club, it's like a known thing that they'll be like, oh, just make a line outside, and even though there's no one inside, just make it look like it's popping, like there's so many people that want to get into this club, or you want to stand outside and wait for the new iPhone to drop because you're afraid that you're not going to get it, or whatever you want to consume. You think like, oh, it's a limited amount of this that's available. And I remember through COVID where a lot of people were unemployed and they were just printing up money and everybody was getting all this money on unemployment. And that just showed me so much of how much money is just an illusion. Like money used to be backed by gold and it used to be traded by different countries. And literally money now is just printed up, and it's not a limited resource unless we believe that it's limited. And that is the whole thing with belief. That's everything with like love in your life, with your self-concept and believing in yourself, is that once you tap into the unlimited, like, it's like the quantum field, like everything is available to you at any given time, but you just have to tap into it. And until you tap into it, like, it's just gonna be floating around in the quantum until you know, crystallize it and call it into your life. So I truly believe that.
Absolutely.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, bro.
You remind me of something, you know. At the beginning, where I was new in this whole topic, you know, I had thoughts like, you know, I'm honest, I came into this topic through an SP, right? That's my thing. thought, man, how can she come back? Women never come back, something like this, right? They never will do it for men, blah, blah. But I never truly bought it. But sometimes I thought about it, right? But then I came into this manifestation community, and 90% of the SP people are women, you know? So, what the fuck, you know, that's all. we're on interpretation, right? If I'm good or bad, with a judgment. But you know, your thoughts are not the truth. You can make your truth, right? And then you will eventually get the reflection back. But that shows me so perfectly, you know, that nothing is really quote unquote real. It's a real experience, of course, but it's not the end, you know, it's not final. You can make it so, but it's not final, man. With everything, with easy or hard, with this is possible, it's not possible, with everything.
Facts. Somebody asked if you got your SP, Lucas.
It's still unfolding, but I was in no contact, but now I'm in contact, right? So it's still unfolding, but better than at the beginning with being blocked and like you died for me, you're dead for me. But I'm like Jesus, I come back, you know.
Facts.
Dude, Lucas, you are the funniest person of all time.
Thank you.
Brother say I came back like Jesus. All right, this is a
I
good
think
question.
the SP thing is really, it seems to be a big topic, but I mean, whatever road you need to get to truth, then take it. But I've manifested before I even knew about this thing, my SP 4 times, and each version matched who I was in that particular season. And I recognized that back then, like, this is really weird that every time he comes back, he's different. I didn't realize what I was doing then.
Yeah. I had a question for y'all. Chat question. Do y'all believe that you have to take action to get money? All in the way of the chat with this bright ass shirt on.
Oh my god, can I speak on this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so this is like my life story. Like I've been hustling since I was 14. I've had like 2-3 jobs since I was like 14 and a half where I was able to get a work permit. And I was never fully like aligned with my soul essence of like what I was really called here to do. The minute that I stopped chasing money, literally working so hard, taking so much action to get money, the past 2 years I've had more money than I've ever had by just embodying the frequency, or I don't know if you want to call it energy, frequency, whatever, of money instead of chasing after it. So no, I don't believe that you have to take action for money to come in, to call it in. I think you have to embody the energy of the lifestyle and what you want in your life, and then the money like will be more attracted to you than you trying to run out and hustle and take all this like misaligned action to get money in your life. So no, I truly don't think you have to take action to get money. I don't.
Beautifully said.
I agree. I think that there's a difference between aligned action and action. Aligned action could be like you just going to a coffee shop because you have the desire to go to a coffee shop, and then you meet somebody there and they invest in your business or something. I don't believe that you have to actually work or have action towards, the desire.
Mm-hmm. Look at all these questions popping up.
Much.
Go ahead.
Is your name Alexia or Alexandria?
Alexander is my last name, but my name is Micah.
Alexander gang,
Oh,
you know what I'm
Micah.
saying? You know what her name is. Say her name right here. It's Alexander.
Right, Alexander.
No, I'm trying to respect in the chat. Like I don't want to mispronounce anyone's name, but Micah, like yes, I think that's literally what it is that when you stop like chasing money and trying to take action out of alignment with who you are, I feel like you're giving off like the energy of lack. When you go out into the world, you could just feel it on people that are like out for money and just trying to do all these things to get money. it's like a repellent for other people who may want to invest in you, that may want to back up your business or believe in you because you're so hungry for it. But when you do it from like alignment, right, it's inspiring to other people, and other people feel that energy and they're like, I just like this person, right? Like, you may not have all the prerequisites that they want, but they like you because you're being authentic. And then they're like, dude, I want to invest in you. I want you to come work for me. I want you to do some stuff for me. And so, like, I agree with you. It's more the aligned action than just going out, taking action, you know?
Now with my business, my aligned action be like, I sleep in. That's my aligned action. When my body needs rest, I take it. When I feel the need to, I don't know, start something, or I just get inspired to do something, it's not with the intention of money. It's just because I feel like doing it. And then the money just flows from there. It's not because I'm actively seeking the money.
Yeah, I love that. I guess one of the most, one of the most limiting beliefs that we have to go, or it's better to let go of, to release, is I have to work hard for something, right? Because we grew up with the illusion that we have to work hard for accomplishing our desires, right? But that's not true, right? We decide everything, right? Yeah. It doesn't matter how it went, just decide, and everything you do is the right step, right? Yes.
Yeah, I think that's why it becomes very performative when you have that mentality. It's like you have to work hard for everything that you get in life. That's when you start to just grasp at anything and do anything to prove yourself. So it just like becomes performative instead of you just like resting. Like Micah said, she sleeps in, she's like in her feminine energy, and she has more clients. I look at it that way. But like whenever it's performative and you just don't embody it, then you're moving from lack.
There we go.
And I noticed like just little things would pop up. Like I said, once you choose who you are, doors start opening that you didn't even knock on. Like even small things, like I just didn't have a desire to go to the gym that I was going to, so I decided. I was talking to another little soccer mom, and she's like, you should try out this gym. The gym is expensive as hell and beautiful. But I was like, but this is my lifestyle now. Like I went in and I was like, oh, it's worth it. This is an upgrade that is in alignment with where I'm going, but I didn't actively seek it out. It just kind of fell into my lap, and I took it.
What if you don't do anything?
Wait, what'd you say?
I was gonna say, what if you don't do anything? What if you don't do anything? Can you still receive money, or do you have to do you have to do some kind of action? Like we're talking about inspired action, right? But even going to a coffee shop and meeting somebody, that's still action. What I mean is, can you get money with no action at all?
Absolutely.
I think you can still do it. Whether it's an inheritance, you can do it.
There we
There's
go.
infinite ways you can get money.
There we go. I told y'all stories where money has materialized in people's bank accounts. So it's not the only limitation is your imagination. When you decide you have it, that's it. You have made that decision. No matter what you do, you have that money, whether you can see it or not right now. No matter what you do, you can do it, right? It's people that don't work at all, don't move a muscle, don't do anything, and make all kinds of money.
That literally happened to me. I opened up a bank account, and there was $15,000 in it, and I was like, I didn't do this. This is a new account, and it was some like deposit that like it was crazy, but it was my money, and I didn't work for it. It was just in my account.
Beautiful. I've told y'all the story of a client I work with who just found the lottery ticket, and that lottery ticket was over $10K, right? And she needed that money, and she decided she already had it and wasn't going to do anything. I've told y'all my story where the money just materialized into the account, and boom, everything was paid off, right? Things are only you are only limited by your imagination. Their only limit is up here. There's no physical limit. You can get whatever you want without doing anything. You just have to make the choice. Now, if you have to move, you will be pushed to move. Something will happen. Somebody will call you. You'll have to do something, and you will be made to move, because when you make that choice, it is inevitable. Everything is moving for you and with you. You are not separate from this reality that you are in. There's nothing separate. So if you decide you have it, everything is going to push your divine ass to go get it. If you got to get up, you will be pushed to get up. Something will make you get up. You don't have to do anything. You simply have to ride the wave.
Wait, I have a question for everybody. Like whoever wants to answer it, but what is money?
An exchange product.
Anybody else?
I just think it's this world's construct of what creates a sense of safety in this 3D experience.
Miss Nelly, you came off. You want to answer
Because I
that?
think people just, I'm not saying I came from money, but my parents did really well. And we've always had money, so it was never like a big deal. And I saw how it does not create happiness. So I've never looked at it as a crutch or like the end all be all. Because, my parents did very well. So I think my money thing is just different than other people. It doesn't create happiness. It doesn't even always create opportunities. Opportunities can be, come from anywhere, everywhere. You don't have to have money. So.
Agreed. I think every form of prosperity is simply me. I don't separate money from myself. I don't look at it as a construct or something out there. I just look at it as something that if I need it, I have it because it is me. It's just a part of me, like every other thing in this reality. All right, there's nothing separate from me. So, yeah, the money that I receive doesn't come from anybody except for me.
And I think that the framing that you receive money is your reality is working for you, so it's going to show up when you need it.
Mm-hmm.
I was even thinking today, like, if I had $2 million in the bank, would I be living any differently than I am now? Would I feel more safe? No.
Mm-hmm.
I live exactly the way I want to live. I buy what I want to buy. I do what I want to do. So do I actually need it right now? No. But if I decide I want to buy a $6 million house, the money will be available.
Exactly.
It'll come when I need it.
Exactly. We do tend to make money our prison. Money is one of those big things, just like an SP is one of those big things that a lot of people tend to make their prison. Their mind cannot think beyond what they are holding right now and what they see in their physical reality. The same way their mind cannot go beyond what they see this person doing in their physical reality. And until you can simply accept that you are not the slave of money and money is the slave of you, until you can accept that, right, you'll constantly be walking behind it. But the truth is that you are the source of it. You have to get ahead of it. You have to simply know that you're divinely taken care of. That money flows to you. It is you. That money is you. It's not separate from you. That prosperity is you. It is your birthright. So when you're walking through life with that knowing, boom, now those things can flow to you. Right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, Alex, is that literally, I think I had a revelation of like, I used to view love and acceptance exactly the same way that I viewed money. I viewed love as something that was outside of me, that I had to work for. That was something that was like this fantasy of like, well, once I have love and once I'm fully accepted, then I'll be happy. Then I can have the full expression of myself. Like, love is gonna save me. Like, money's gonna save me. But I look at those things now as all the same sort of energy, like love, money, acceptance. We already are all of those things, and the The illusion is that we have to work so hard for it to prove ourselves, to have these things in our lives that are free, right? It's like it's the same thing as we go to the grocery store and we buy lemons that are 50 cents a lemon, and they're free. You just go down the street, find a lemon tree, grab some lemons, take them home, or whatever. It's like all these things have all these illusionary like locks and bolts behind them, but it's just an illusion, right?
Absolutely. Without a doubt, it's all just an illusion.
One thing that I wanted to add about money that I heard this weekend, it was I was hearing somebody said that a lot of the times, we think about money with lack, right? We don't want to invest on something, we don't want to spend it on something because, it's a lot of money. But in reality, like every bill that you have paid, it's for you. That light bill is for you. That water bill is for you. A car payment is for you. Everything has always been you. But we complain about it like if there's something out there, but it's not out there. It's always been here.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh my God, like that is so true. So why am I afraid of spending this amount of money for something that it always comes back to me?
Yep. 100%. It's always for you, right? Yeah, you literally are simply doing everything for you. That's a beautiful way to put it. If you stop affirming, your heart don't stop beating right now. If you don't robotic affirm for your heart to beat, that shit is finna shut off on your ass.
Can I ask this question?
Of course.
What do you guys mean when you say the minute I changed my thought, it manifested? Do you mean like every time you've made that thought change, it always happens instantaneously for you?
What are you judging the instant manifestation?
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad. I ain't
Sometimes
know.
it can feel like if that doesn't happen for you, then you're quote unquote doing something wrong, which I don't like. Sometimes I've had things happen instantly, and I've had things happen that take 2 years.
Well, honestly, both of them still happen instantly. It's what are you basing the change on? Are you basing the change because you need to see something out there change to prove to you that you are already it? Or are you basing the change on you? Everything is instant because your change is instant. You make the decision right now with what you want. Your desire is the choice. Your desire has already pushed you into the new reality. So when you base it on the truth of who you are, it's all instant. It all happens right now. There is only right now. There's no future to base it on. There's no 2 years. There's nothing. You've made the choice. That is you right there. And also, even when we talk about time like that, the more, if you really want to talk about it from a physical perspective, the less that you see you and reality as separate, the quicker things materialize. When we see the reality as something that has to change out there, of course it's going to take time because we see it as separate from us. We're trying to just make it through reality. But when we actually accept that reality is us, right, we empower it to change immediately because it's just us.
When you're talking about, I feel connected to that, making it through reality. Because it's nice to enjoy reality, but without the money that we're talking about right now, how do we enjoy the reality without the money if you don't have it right now?
You can simply just go outside, sit in nature.
All the time. That don't feel like.
See. Hold up, Miss Nelly. See, you do this all the time, right? You will be presented with the solution, and you will immediately push back on the solution.
No, I'm saying, but I'll be
Here you go. Look. Here you go again. All right. What are you waiting to hear? It's as if you're trying to hear something specific. What would convince you that you are already it? What are you waiting on for the convincing that you already are prosperity, that you are already worthy? Is there really anything that you could hear outside of you that could push you to that choice within yourself. Honestly.
I think I want to experience freedom that isn't just in my head.
Okay. When you receive money in your life, where do you experience that money? You believe you're walking through reality and you're spending it, but you're having that experience within yourself. And that experience brings a different knowing of who you are. It gives you the knowing of freedom, which you can experience by walking around. It gives you that experience of knowing that you are taken care of, which you can do right now by walking around. All of those things that you believe that you cannot feel until you get that money, you can experience them right now because you only have right now. In what moment would you experience those things? Right now. So if we're just spending our time in this moment thinking about the things that we don't perceive ourselves as having, things that are in the future, well, we're just creating this timeline. We're creating this illusion of we have to go through time to get it instead of pulling everything that we want into this present moment. The truth is that you want the freedom. You want to feel taken care of. Lean into that knowing right now. You've never been abandoned. You've always been taken care of because you've always been perfectly reflected by the divine. It's that radical acceptance of the absolute truth of who you are that allows all those things to materialize in your life. Otherwise, you're just going to be chasing things out there to confirm that you're doing something right. Even that first question, like it feels like I'm doing something wrong. Well, of course it's going to feel that way if you're waiting on something outside of you to show up.
Can I add on to this? I feel like, I guess, maybe for certain people, like I said, it could be money, and other people it could be, love. But I guess it all goes back to the same thing. Like, I started this journey because of an SP. But in reality, if I really sit with myself and really think about this, there was no way I would have been able to sustain a healthy relationship, that one person or that identity that I was being when I started manifesting that person. Like, I wanted a healthy relationship, but all the limiting beliefs and all the assumptions and all the stuff that I have within myself would never been able to sustain that. So in reality, we're just so focused into okay, I want this thing and I want it to be this way. And most of the stuff that is happening is it's taking us to that. It's like learning to be by yourself, learning to be at peace, learning to be free, maybe without the money itself. But we're putting the label of like, oh, I'm going to be fulfilled until I have that person. I'm going to be fulfilled until I have that money. But in reality, then we get the money and we're still not fulfilled. Then we get the person and we're still not fulfilled because we're always just chasing. But all of this is kind of training us to be able to sustain that. And whenever we probably don't have that, still be okay within ourselves. And I feel like that's when the actual peace comes in, that maybe a lot of things in the 3D don't look how the logical mind wants it to look like, but we can still be at peace with the knowing that you are still okay. Like, we're not lacking of anything. In reality, most of the time we complain, oh, I want this, I want that, but we have everything. Yeah. We have health, we have a home, we have food, we have our kids, we have everything. And we just kind of sit there and just kind of complain, but maybe we stop complaining and see it with a different picture. It is really taking us to there, but we just have to be patient within ourselves to learn those things to be able to sustain them when we do have them in the physical world.
Mm.
I think it's like, for me, because you talk about people having their SP issues and then people having money issues, and for me, I don't have either, babe, in this physical world, but I feel the love for myself, so I'm not really concerned about the SP being here. It's very I'm like, okay, that's gonna come. So how do I transfer that feeling of how much I love myself to the money situation? How do I make myself feel the same way about that?
Well, what makes you think that those things are different? They're all made of the same substance. Right? The money, the SP is all made of the same substance, which is source, which is you. It's all made of love. It's all made out of prosperity. It's all just you, right? That's what I would say.
I think it's because money has timely consequences. Like, I don't have to have it right now, but I have to pay bills. And so when things happen every month, it makes it. That's probably why I feel the difference between the two.
Yeah. Anybody else want to answer that?
What'd you say?
I was asking if anybody else wanted to share a perspective on that.
I need to mute.
Anybody? Any of y'all?
I think what he was saying was true. The more you lean into what you have right now to recognize that you've always been taken care of, it'll start to relax. Like you have breath in your body, so you've always been taken care of. Money's always been there. Maybe not to the degree that you want it, but it's always been there when you needed it. So the more you lean into that and lean into the abundance that you already are, that's already around you, whether it's your family relationships, your friendships, your what you can do physically with your body, whatever abundance you can see in the present moment, that I think that opens you up to more. And even for me, like I'm tapping into the power that I have. So any crazy shift in my external reality, like down to like I went to the grocery store and everything was rearranged. I was like, oh, that was me. I did that. I look at everything that I experience as a measure of, oh, I'm shifting, I'm growing, I'm changing. Look at everything that's changing around me just for what I do. Everything is subject to me because it is me. So if I'm shifting, even if I don't have my ultimate quote unquote desire, I know that I'm moving in the right direction.
That was an absolute masterclass right there. That was a gem. The moment that you decide that you want something or that you are something, you should be looking at every single thing as proof that it is unfolding. Everything. Because it is. Because everything is you. And you assign meaning to everything anyway. Everything. Everything becomes a sign. Even the things that you don't quote unquote want become a sign that you are shifting. Because they are signs. Because you say that they are signs. That is it. It's all you. Everything is you.
Yeah, can I also add, everything is us so deeply to the point where we can have these limitations and manifest them so easily in our life to the point where it seems like there's nothing we can do against them. But the same power that we use, the same certainty we have in these limitations, we could just move them over to new thoughts, new assumptions, And it's not easy at first, but it's like a muscle. You have to keep doing it over and over again, and it just gets easier to the point where you're instantly manifesting in real time.
Y'all preaching today. Y'all are preaching today. Absolutely.
I want to add something, because especially as being therapists, right? We're so focused on the bad things without seeing the good things, right? Especially with love, right? Baby, you're loved by your friends, by your cats, by your dogs, by your mom, by your parents, whatever, right? So you're loved by so many people, but we focus on that one part of that one version of your people's love, right? And forget the other people that still love you and support you, and especially, of course, souls, right? That's the biggest thing. But yeah, from a 3D perspective now. We're so on television, right? And forget all the blessings that we already have, right? And also, even if feelings doesn't matter, gratitude is a great thing for me and in general. Why not, Gratitude is so cool. It's really powerful, Yeah. But I love the story about gratitude, so yeah. And the second thing I want to say, what's funny is, especially for the affirmation people, sometimes I really feel like I'm on cheat code mode, right? Sometimes I don't decide something, or right, I just have an issue, right, and say, oh man, I don't want to experience this, right? For example, on this weekend, right, we drove to a away game in football, right, 8 hours to capital city, Berlin City, with a van with 9 people, right? We planned with 9 people, and I was like, I don't want to cuddle, man. I don't want to drive with 9 people in there, right?
Yeah.
And then I forgot about well, I didn't decide. No, it's this way, right? I was focused on the quote unquote lag, right? On the problem, but I don't know how and why. But hey, at the end of the day, we drove with 7 people, and there was so much space for me. You know, it was cool, man. Even if I didn't decide, I was focused on the problem, right? But I am running to so cheap hop mode right now. It's like here, you got the opposite, right? Like, in a good way. And it happens really more often from time to time. I notice it. Really, it's crazy sometimes. Without manifesting it consciously, you know. Yeah.
Beautiful. So let's go into question mode after that, all right? So even with that story, all right? How do I want to word this? I'm just giving away the answer with the question. Anyways, I'll just say it then. So it doesn't really even matter what you are. It doesn't even really matter what you're saying. It's who you're being. We just hit a deeper level, right? It does not matter what you're even saying. It's who you are being. Who are you? Who do you know yourself as? This is why it says, seek ye first the kingdom. Seek ye first the knowing that you are source, and all these things will be added to you. Your desire, right? Even seeing a situation that you don't want is just an opportunity for you to choose what you want. This is why certain things make no sense, right? You'll hear people in the affirmation, they'll say, don't say not. Don't say the opposite of what you, don't say, I am not this. Affirm in the positive, right? That is a limitation. As if source is listening to your grammatical correctness. You are simply source. You just need to decide. When you decide that you are source, all those things will be added to you. Your words are powerful, yes, but your state of being is the truth. Who you know yourself as is the truth.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is kind of like the higher level that you see everything is perfect and everything is unfolding perfectly. But I think before I got to that point, I recognize that when you declare that you are something new, the old reality that you live in is going to try to keep you there, or it's going to crumble in some fashion. There's going to be conflict, there's going to be something, because you have been so used to that. So if you say, I am wealthy, and then you start getting bills, you should expect stuff like that. I feel, at least that's happened to me multiple, in every area of my life that I've declared something, and then I start getting hit with, no, stay where you're at. You don't need to expand.
Yeah.
You stay right here. And you just keep deciding, like, I don't care about these bills. I don't care about it looks like. I'm going to keep deciding until the new reality, because the old reality is going to try to, and I'll even talk to myself or ChatGPT, like, yeah, my old self is saying that, blah, 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 but I don't believe that anymore. That's not who I am anymore.
Yeah.
Because your old programming will try to pull you back in and keep you there. And it could be internal, or it could be showing up in the external, where it's, relationships, friendships, money situations. It will try to keep you in your same position, but you just have to keep seeing it as perfect and keep persisting in the decision that you've made.
But that doesn't have to happen, though.
No, it doesn't have to happen. I'm just saying, in my experience, situations, relationships, things have fallen apart, or integration of the new reality. You get different versions of people. Like Alex was saying earlier, like, you've seen people shift. I've seen that too, and I don't even bring it up. Like, yesterday you were like this, and the day before you said this, and like, no, I don't even do that, because I know that this is just a part of the process. I'm getting different versions of people all the time. It's all that matters is who I'm being, not who they're being.
Exactly.
It 100% the shedding process does happen. Like you do start to shed once you decide. Once you decide that you're going into your new reality and you want different, things will just start to either be like ripped away from you, or it will happen a little gentler, but things will start to shed from your current reality.
And then, like Alex said, you just decide. Like when I got fired from my job, I didn't fight for it because I didn't want it. It was a part of the own reality. I was tired of being in slavery. So I'm like, thank you.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Thank you for the severance. Bye-bye. You know, I couldn't have fought for it if that was my decision, but that wasn't my decision.
Beautiful.
And
Beautiful.
to like what you were saying, Alex, about who you are, like superseding your thoughts and your words. Yeah, that's why I feel like the concept of like self-concept is very important to a point where I don't even do affirmations anymore. I just walk around the world knowing I'm blessed, I'm highly favored, everything always works out for me. My life is super easy, and that's just it. And everything that I want to manifest, like money, fame, whatever it is, it just comes with that. It's like an umbrella for everything you want. So I feel like self-concept is the first step, way before affirmations. Affirmations aren't even needed, but they are helpful.
Exactly. Your self-concept is the foundation. And even what you're saying, right, is going beyond that self-concept. It's knowing yourself as source. So you are all those attributes of the source. I am divinely taken care of because I am the divine source that is taking care of me, right? I am already everything that I desire to be. Walking around in that knowing is enough. That is enough. Reality says, okay, yes, you are. Let's give you everything to prove to you that you are exactly who you say you are, right? It's the magic of knowing yourself is all that there is. Yeah, self-concept is the core. And even what I always say, right? Your self-concept does not need to be improved. You simply need to accept the truth of who you are. We don't have to work on self-concept. Your self-concept is perfect. You are God. How could your self-concept be any better than that, right? You are the identity of source. So when you walk around knowing who you are, right? When you seek ye first the kingdom, all those things will be added. The kingdom is within you. When you know who you are, when you know that everything is within you, boom, right?
Yeah.
It's all.
Exactly. That's why I feel like that's like the biggest disconnect in the spiritual community. Like the power is not outside of us. We've been programmed for forever to pray to some random man in the sky to grant all of our wishes, but we have to take ownership. And I know that can be scary sometimes, but we have to take ownership of our reality because that's where the magic happens. We are God.
I love the way you said that. We are God. You feel me? You feel
And
me?
for the people who take the spiritual approach, that there's gems in that as well. And I think that that's kind of what led me here. Is like in the path that I was on, I realized that I was kind of running in circles in a standstill, and I'm like, something could have shifted by now if other factors were at play, but somehow everything is kind of standing still. I think it's me. I don't think it, and it happened in like, I was talking to a friend often, and one day I just woke up and I was like, I don't want to talk to them anymore. They didn't do anything wrong. There was an argument, and literally they stopped all communication with me. And I was like, I don't think that was God. I think that was me.
Mm-hmm.
I think the desire, I made the decision, and then it happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked to a couple friends about it, and they're like, well, I don't know. And I'm like, no, I think that was me.
For sure.
And that started like, I think it's me doing all this. I'm over here, what church tells you to wait on God for things when I have the authority.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, this has always been me.
Always, right? You are the authority of God. You are the identity of God, the authority of God, the dwelling place of God, the prosperity of God, the love of God. You are every aspect of the God. One of the interesting things, if you think of the archangels, right, the different aspects of the Creator, all of them simply represent a different attribute of God, right? Raphael, Michael, all of the Il means of God. So even when you are calling, right, these archangels, what you are really doing is calling different aspects of the divine that you are. It's all within you. There's nothing out there. It's all you. You're always calling upon these different attributes of yourself. And when you know yourself, as source, as the kingdom, as everything that there is. Those attributes are a natural part of your life. You are the truth of God, the light of God, the way of God, right? You are the sword of God. You are all of those things.
So even if there's a delay in money, a delay in the SP, in your mind, a delay, it's for your good.
It's all
It's not
perfect.
against you. It's on purpose.
Exactly. Exactly. It's all for you. Everything is for you, without exception. Everything is for you, right?
Also, I love what you said because it's true. Imagine affirmations or whatever, moonwater, whatever, right? Lights, skateboarders, whatever, are magic spells, and you get your SP right now, in this lucky moment, this second, right? But if we're honest, we're not ready at this moment, right? Because we still spiral and identify with fear and future outcomes. So, you know, it would be, oh my god, it would be so bad, right? Because we doesn't learn how to be in our true power, right? Without giving this power to our thoughts, emotions, whatever. It'd be so terrifying experience, right? Like manifesting them 20 times back or something like this. So it's great. The journey is the biggest blessing, right? Yeah.
But don't you decide when you're ready?
What?
When you decide when you're ready, why would you not be ready now?
I'm ready. But in the beginning, I was not ready. I didn't have this knowledge or this consciousness at this point. You know? It was always a perfect unfolding when I look back right now, right? It seems to be bad, but no, it was.
Yeah, I think you're impatient because sometimes think that you're ready. But like, think about it. Like, if you have a child who's driving or wants to get their license, and you know how irresponsible they're, like, no, I'm ready to get a car. Like, no, you're not. You think you're ready, but you're not ready. You have no idea about car maintenance, about managing money, gas, insurance. But in their naive state, they think that they're ready for that type of responsibility. But once they actually get the car, once you actually get your SP, once you actually get the money, you're like, okay, maybe it's good I didn't get it when I thought I was ready, because I wouldn't have been.
I hear what you're saying, but then we see so many celebrities that have things that don't seem that they're ready for them. So I don't see why readiness would stop you from having something you created.
That's based on your perception of their experience, though, which is a construct in your own mind. So, who's to say? I mean, that would be a decision you're making for them if they were ready or not, based on how you deem they're dealing with money. And that's a game of comparison that I think that's a losing game. Because it really is just about you. So, if you just focus on, like we said before, just the abundance that's all around you and how much you're loved and supported right now, then I think that's where it starts, and just keep deciding that you are wealth. Because trust me, I get it. I've been there too. I'm like, well, why can't I have it right now? I said it. But there's been times where I look back on my own journey and I'm like, if I would have got it 6 months ago, I was not ready. I would have squandered it. I was not ready.
I hear pushback. Keep going.
The wanting comes from your God self, and if you're wanting, then there is a readiness for it. I don't know. I can't speak for all of you, but I was just thinking of Lucas.
Lucas.
If the relationship, then you immediately would be ready for that relationship because you wanted it.
Yeah, of course, you're already perfect and ready, but also, it's like you can't. No, how can I explain this? I can only talk about my experience. I have to go through all of this, because I was too attached to my ego to identify with my ego. So of course on a high level I was already ready because it was my desire, but I was always giving my power away to things that I don't want to experience. So it would be at this. Imagine it would came in one day. I would lose it immediately, right at this point. So it's great. It took 9 months or something like this, for me. Even if I'm on a high level ready, but I'm learning how to exercise or use my power, from that I can keep it. So maybe it's a story, maybe not, but it's my experience. If the most people, especially that SP topic, would get SP immediately, it would be really terrifying, I guess. But that's just my story.
Yeah, I think being ready, in my opinion, is just another illusion of the story that you're telling yourself, because everybody has this life experience, and we get things, we lose things. It's a part of our story, and you can view somebody else as being like, oh, this person died too young, or this person had millions and lost it all, they weren't ready. And there's so many people that go through things, lose money and gain it all back, and go through things, and it's like, for us to have an opinion on if someone is ready for something or not, to me is just another illusion, because it's their story, it's their life, and it's their experience. So I don't think being ready is a prerequisite of manifesting anything. I just think that if it comes into your life, it's a part of your story. But that's just my opinion.
Well, don't be quiet now. Conversation was getting good.
I mean, I could keep going on that, but I mean, I didn't want to overlap anybody that wanted to add to it, but I truly do think that. I mean, in my own experience, my brother was an alcoholic, and he died from alcoholism at a very young age. And before I had my spiritual awakening, I was so judgmental of him and his experience on this earth, being like, oh, he didn't live his life's potential. He could have done so much more in this life, but who am I to say that wasn't how his life was supposed to go? And he touched so many people with the time that he had on this planet. And when I went to his funeral and I saw a lot of people come up and speak about how his music moved them and how his artistry taught them to be, self-inspired and all these different things, I was like, wow, I had a pure misconception of my brother, thinking that alcoholism ruined his life, right? And so I just think that we view things from our own stories, and saying that we're ready or we're not ready, or this person is ready or whatever, that's just another opinion of somebody else's life, or even your life. So if you call something in, and let's just say you get $40,000 or $100,000, only you can say that you're ready for it or you're not ready for it. And let's just say you spend all that money frivolously, and you're like, oh man, I wasn't ready, I spent it. Who says you can't call in another $50,000 or another $100,000, right? Because it's literally just another story that we're telling ourselves, and we're also sort of spewing that out on other people, saying that they're not ready for a car or they're not ready for fame. It's it's their story to write. It's not, it has nothing to do with our opinion of their lives.
Cook. The girl cooking.
I mean, yeah, that's how I feel about it. I don't know.
Agreed. Readiness does just sound like another limitation.
And that's why I said, I don't think, now it's crazy, when I look at numbers or I look at my bank account, I just start to move numbers around to make them look like the numbers that I want to see. And I don't look at anything as, hard facts. I'm just whatever, this is what I need to get, this is what I'm buying. And, you're gonna run into that, thing, exactly with the economy, and people be like, oh, everything is so expensive, and this costs so much money. The way that I look at it now is like, if I need to go get something, I'm just gonna go get it. The cost is, it's not even real. I don't even know how much that is. What is $5 a gallon of gas? I don't really know. What is $2.99 for some bananas? I don't fucking know, but I know I want some bananas, so I'm just gonna buy the fucking bananas. So I just try not to look at things as like hard facts anymore, and more of things of like energy, of like, this is just another energy source on this planet.
Facts. Nothing is solid. Everything is simply as you say it is. That's it. Like, everything is a story. Everything is make-believe, right? Even when, you would hear that story and be like, oh, well, that's just being delusional, right? Well, no, that's creation. That is creation, right? Reality is just your imagination. All we do as gods walking around here is we use our imagination to judge everything. Even the stories that we tell about people, they're not ready. That's what is that? That's imagination. When we say, it's all working out, that's imagination. When I walk in the room and I say, I think everybody is judging me, that's imagination. What isn't your imagination? Everything is your imagination. You looking at the bank account and accepting that as final, that is imagination. It's all imagination.
It's exactly why, like we were saying.
Imagination is God. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, and then you can finish. It's very short. I was just gonna say, like, how they keep saying like TikTok's gonna be banned in 4 days. Like, they're banning TikTok, I think. But isn't this something that they've been saying for like 6 months? Where they're like, we're gonna ban TikTok, and it somehow seems to keep being not banned in the U.S. So I don't know.
Yeah, it was banned for a little bit. Of course, it won't be banned for long because there's too much money circulating from it. But either way, it's, yeah.
Sorry, Lucas, what were you going to say about Neville Goddard? Which, I love Neville Goddard.
No, just in quick sentence, I guess when I remember correctly, Neville said, because Alex said everything is imagination, and Neville said, yeah, imagination is God, right? So everything is imagination.
So the question is, but won't the real number on your bank account stop you? What do you accept as real, first and foremost? What do you accept as real? This is what I'm talking about when I say that most people live behind or below the limit that they can see. Until you can step ahead of money and know yourself and see yourself as money and know that you are divinely taken care of, you will always be a slave to money. You will always be behind it. You'll always be running behind it. Until you can liberate your mind from the numbers that you see on the screen and simply know that you are provided for because you are the source of that money, well, then you're going to continue to put that money on a pedestal and think that it is your God. You are controlled by that money. You can only do what you can do because of the money that you see out there in reality. When we say judge not by appearance, but judge by righteous judgment, when scripture says that, what do you think it's talking about? When scripture clearly tells you judge not by appearance, but judge on righteous judgment, what does that mean to you? See, we will be selective with what we hear. We will think, oh no, that pertains to, the SP. No, it pertains to everything. It pertains to everything. Are you seeing things how you want them to be? Or are you making reality your God? I am the Lord your God. I am awareness. I am the Lord your God. You shall have no false idols. Are you source? Or is that bank account source? Which one? You have to make the choice.
Literally. And someone had a question that I want to answer. Water bearer. That's like saying it's no fire on top of my house. Let it burn. So this hits home for me because my house burned down at the beginning of this year, right? And I lost everything. And I think the thing with this is having the trust that everything that's happening for you is just a part of the bigger picture. and a part of your story, because now I'm in a much better home. It's kind of like my dream home, but when my house did burn down in that moment, I was like, oh my God, I lost everything. I lost my house. Like, what am I going to do? But I had this trust in knowing that, like, this is just a part of my life story. This isn't the end of it. So you can look at, like, exactly looking at your bank account, like Alex said, and being like, oh, this is the amount that I'm limited to. That can change in an instant. Every single thing that you see in the 3D can change in the blink of an eye. And so if you don't take it as absolute and just go like, this is the end of my story, my account is negative $13. Yeah, no, that's not the end of your story. Like, your account can change in 5 minutes. Somebody can sell you like $20,000 the next second, like you don't know. So it's like having the faith that your story is not done, it's not over. And just knowing that the unwavering belief in that you are who you say you are. And if you are God, if you are source, then your story's not over. If you're in a deficit, the story is still writing.
Exactly. We have this selective statement with source. Like, oh, I'm source sometimes. No. You are source. You are the source of it all. You are the source of all those people out there, of all that money, of all that bank. You are the source of everything. Don't be selective with that, right? Don't put these limitations on God. Do not put limitations on God. You must take action in this life to choose your path. All right. Let's really talk about that. You must take action in this life. That is your story. Okay, that is your reality. We are all creating our own reality. We are all telling the story and making the law of the life that we are in. Right? You can say that. You have to take it. And guess what? That will be your reality. But I also have told you, I know people that they decided I don't have to do shit because it's already mine. Why would I have to do it if it's already mine? Why would I have to go out there and get the money if the money is already mine? And guess what? The money just shows up somehow. That's it, right? Natural law. Natural law falls under the one law, and the one law is I am. The one law is there is only God, and God is everything. That is the one law of the universe. All of those laws are secondary to I am. I am the Lord. I am everything. The Spirit of God is everything. And so every time I say something, I have it. I am organizing God in my reality. The law of correspondence, the law of attraction, all of those things are secondary laws. The law of attraction is not an absolute law. It's a very difficult law. The law of I am says, I don't care. I don't have to sit around here and do shit to get anything. I declare who I am from the source, from God. I am source. Therefore, when I declare I am source, all of the things that are aligned with source must be added to me. All of my desires must be added to me because I am the definition of fulfillment. So that law is absolute. It's over all of those other laws, right? Studying all of those other laws should be secondary to just knowing that I am. I am that I am. I am whatever I say I am. If I say I have money, that's what it is. That is law. That is the truth. That is who I am. Everything else falls secondary to it. Even scripture says it, right? In the beginning was the word. The word is the first manifestation of I am. The word is I am. I am is everything. Every time you invoke the name of I am, you are invoking everything. You are organizing everything into reality.
I agree so much. Somebody said something to me that stuck with me my whole entire life. And I think this will help Waterboy. Oh wait, maybe he's not Waterboy. Water Bear. Sorry. Was that a movie? The Waterboy?
Yeah, it was a movie. It was a damn good movie too.
Sorry, Water Bear. I meant Water Bear. Someone asked me a question and they said, like, this is your life, right? And I love this so much. And they were like, you have a choice why you're here on this planet. And why would you choose to not believe in yourself? Why would you choose to be negative? How is that helping your time on this earth? How is that helping it? And it stuck with me because it's the thing of like, you can feed into the negativity and the disbelief about yourself, but you're just putting yourself in the position of chaos, calamity, and confusion. So you could choose that side of yourself, or you could just choose decide and allow that I'm here on this planet for a limited amount of time and I want to enjoy it. I want to enjoy the time that I have here on this planet. And how do you do that? You just choose to believe in yourself and believe that there is better for you and that your story is unfolding in the most perfect way. Yeah. And that is the whole premise of I Am. You embodied all of that. So I feel like if you had to make a choice where it's like, well, do you want to live on this earth miserable or do you want to enjoy your life? I think most people would say, I want to be happy. So that's the decision.
What it do, Jordan?
It makes me think about that lecture. Sound investments. And it talks about are you spending your thoughts or are you investing in your thoughts? And when you're quote unquote being negative, that's like spending. Do y'all know that lecture?
Yeah, for sure. Invest in your thoughts, right? Because there are seeds. Go ahead.
The black man who brought his family to, I guess they used to have some place they used to go to over here in the 40s or 50s, however long ago that was. And how he was raised on religion, but that religion didn't bring wealth to them, but this new way of thinking. And he said he saw his blackness as a limit to the things that he could have, especially in this country during the time of segregation. Mm-hmm. And once he stopped thinking that way, everything opened up for him in his business. It's a great lecture if you ever come across it. It's on YouTube, Sound Investments.
I'm gonna check it out. I appreciate it. Okay, brother, this comment, okay? Only if the 5 foundations of Maslow's laws are satisfied, then you can become whole. Look, my brother or my sister, look, you are making the unconditional source within you conditional. What do you mean you have to satisfy these 5 laws of Maslow? Some man gave you 5 laws and you have to satisfy that for you to assume the wholeness of source? Think about what you're saying. Think about that, right? You have to satisfy the hierarchy. I'm assuming you're talking about the hierarchy of need. Are you talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Right? Like safety, all of those things that until you get to self-actualization, of wholeness, of self-actualization. I'm assuming it's the 5 pillars of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You don't need any of that shit. You simply need to know right now that you are source. That is the foundation of who you are. You were born perfect. You're not a fragment of God, right? You are not this broken person trying to get through healing to reach prosperity. By a human perspective, when will you ever be perfect? When we think about it from a human mind, who has ever reached absolute wholeness and perfection through the limited human way of thinking? You will always have more to heal, always have more to do, always have more to strive for. That is an illusion. What we constantly do by thinking like that, all we're doing is we're saying, I am here, and the version of me that's worthy and whole is way out there. Even that hierarchy of needs, you can get stuck at the bottom because you perceive your parents didn't show up for you a certain way. No, my parents didn't show up for me and give me love and all of these things. So now I'm not whole and I can't get the life of my dreams. We're constantly outsourcing our power to everyone else. When at this moment, it doesn't matter what you went through. It doesn't matter what you've experienced. You can make the choice to know that you are source. And from that knowing, you can get everything.
No, Alex, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How you doing, my brother?
I'm good. I'm good. Like, you taught me a lot of things, man, and I've been going through the spiritual journey for quite some time, and your affirmations and the way you deliver them is perfection on point.
Appreciate it.
I was think if I was going to go to sleep and then remember something, that's why I came back. There's a movie we'll be working on very soon, and I had a flash memory or like we think that it's a memory. It's a vision. It's something in the future, but it's a memory. That's very interesting.
It is a memory, right?
It happens.
Yeah.
It's a movie, and I think that you'll be the perfect fit for a narration. You'd be the perfect fit for narration, for sure.
Hey, I was about to get my narrator voice on right now. Yeah, no, really. Yeah, hit me up whenever. We can talk.
You should get in touch and do something, man. I promise you it's gonna be great. And it's a movie, like a movie series or franchise about like a guide's a textbook guide for ascension, how to reach enlightenment when you come from the depths of hell. Sold, my brother. I'll help in whatever way I can. Much love. That's why I came back. And I appreciate your work, man, and your affirmations and everything, man. I cannot say how many times that brought me back to alignment.
You were never out of alignment, right? You just the divine remembrance. Yeah. Divine remembrance. No, I appreciate that, brother. I'm grateful to be on this journey with you, right? We're all in this together.
You and I with our divine asses, huh?
With the divinest of asses, you feel me?
Much love, brother. Peace.
Already. Peace, brother. Peace. I appreciate you.
Get in touch. Like, DM me or something, so your email or something, so we can talk. Huh?
All right. Bet. I'll do that right now.
Much love, brother. Much love. Take care.
Later. I love y'all, by the way. Well, here's the thing, y'all. Here's the thing y'all have to remember about me. What am I about to say? Here's the thing that y'all have to remember about me. What am I about to say? What am I about to say? What am I about to say? Y'all already know what I'm about to say. Thank you. That's it. Who am I? Who am I? I am source, right? It only makes sense. What other questions y'all got? What other questions y'all got? With y'all beautiful divine asses.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get a puppy?
Oh, you saw my baby? It's not a puppy. She's 12.
No way. She looks so tiny.
Yeah, well, no, she's not at all. But she's very energetic for her age. She's older though. Her name's Maggie. She's Dalmatian mixed with a bunch of other stuff. Right, but yeah, she's 12.
She's very cute.
Thank you. She takes after me. What can I say? You know what I'm saying?
Did you just get her or you had her?
No, I've had her.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Do you love her too much?
Not too much. Can never love her too much. I am pure love, right? But yeah, that's Maggie. Maggie is vicious, the vicious guard dog.
She didn't look too vicious with all those toys on cuddled up.
No, she's not vicious at all. She's not vicious at all. She's a sweetheart. She doesn't bark. She doesn't bite. She doesn't do nothing. She just sleeps and eats and asks for attention.
That's very sweet. I didn't know you had a dog. I saw that you posted your dog and I was like, that is so cute.
I'm playing with you. I don't have a dog. That's my sister's dog. I'm just always around it. I'm just playing with you. I thought somebody was gonna cut me off. Y'all know it's my sister's dog. I posted it the other day with my sisters, telling my sister happy birthday.
I don't know your personal business. You don't even know your real name. Bro, what a scammer. You're scamming us. Oluwatunde.
That's not my real name. It's close. It's close though. It's real close. It is so close. So close. No, but that's Maggie. Maggie's my sister's dog. Talking about my real name. What's my real name? I don't know.
Wait, Alexander's not your real name either?
Maybe, maybe not. Do I look like Alexander?
Maybe.
Like what?
It's probably a middle name.
Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's my first name.
He said I am who I am, but for real.
I mean, I am whatever I say I am.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You talked a lot about how you believe for your mom
Yeah.
and her health. And I have a couple family members going through some health things. And I just feel like their thoughts are just making it worse, because every time I turn around, there's something else wrong. And I've tried to, like my cousin, I've tried to tell her, like, to meditate and stuff, but she didn't want to hear it. Or it would be like, try one time and give up type thing. And so I feel like there's nothing I can say to help her. So it's like, what do I do to help her?
Why do you believe that you have to convince her to help herself if you are the source and the God of your reality? I'm only asking this because I'm going to lead you down this path.
Yeah, because I'm hard in meditation to, like, just send her love. And I guess I just have to think well thoughts for her.
Well, perhaps, but okay, perhaps. Just think well thoughts, all right? So think about what you're saying. All right, so you can think positive for her, but what happens when the next situation shows up and it looks like the health still isn't right? Then what?
I guess it's the things what I have to do for myself. Just not pay attention to the outside circumstances. I just feel like when I'm talking to her, I'm just not saying anything, and it makes me feel useless.
Okay, well here's the thing though, is you can say whatever and you're still absolutely powerful. Here's the trick, right? When I see my mother as perfect. When my mother feels sick, I still see her as perfect. If she was coughing blood, I saw her as perfect. When the doctor said months left, I saw her as perfect. When we didn't know what the treatment was going to be, I saw her as perfect. I made a decision, a choice through whatever to see her as perfect and whole and beautiful and divine through it all. It's just a choice. It was my constant choice to always see her like that. And that became my reality because that is the reality that I chose. I didn't tell her to do anything. My mom can complain all she wants. I don't care. I am God. This is my reality. I don't need her to meditate. I don't need her to do anything. She can sit around and complain all she wants. I am source. I still see her as perfect. The circumstances don't matter because I am the cause. I am reality. Right? Nothing matters except for who I am. I don't look at reality. I look as reality. I am reality. Right? So it's that conviction. It was that level of seeing that allows everything to shift. Right? You have to go there. It doesn't matter what things say or show you. You are the perfection within the storm. When I look at my mother, I know that I am the perfection that stands in the midst of this chaos. Therefore, this chaos must turn into the perfection that I am, that I embody. Has no choice. So it's about seeing yourself as perfect no matter what. Seeing your mother as perfect, seeing your family as perfect no matter what.
Do you have any comforting words for your mom?
Yeah, she's gonna be okay. But beyond the words, I simply know. Right? Yeah. But what can I say? When somebody is down like that and they don't know what's gonna happen, what could you say?
What can you say?
Right.
It feels like
you do the best that you can. You show up the best that you can with empathy and compassion for the moment that they are in right now. Knowing that even though I'm feeling a certain way, I can't understand how she's feeling because she's the one going through it. I feel my certain way, and I might be able to console her from my perspective, but can I console her from her perspective? No, because I don't understand it. But I can still do my part, and my part is seeing her as absolutely perfect. Does that mean I'm not going to have my feelings hurt? No. Does that mean I'm not going to be sad? No. It's just going to mean that in the midst of all of that, I still make the choice to see her as perfect. You got this. You got this, for sure. They don't have a choice but to change to match you. Whatever happens, you push that out the way. The circumstances mean nothing. You are the cause. You got this. What else y'all got? I'm gonna give y'all probably another 5-10 minutes. You boys about to gotta get ready for the market tomorrow. This might be a big week. We might have rate cuts this week.
Is that a limiting belief?
What?
I'm just kidding.
Man, this is going to be a big week. You're right. Let me DM you right now, bro.
Yeah, man. What indicators do you use?
Oh, none. I trade clean price action. I just trade pure price action. I start on the 15, well, I start on the 4 hour. Well, okay, I'm lying. I start on the week, then I move to the 4 hour, then I move to the 15
You
minute.
started the week at the beginning of the week?
Shit, at the beginning of every day.
Okay.
I go to the weekly chart. So like tonight, I'm gonna go to the weekly chart. I'm gonna mark out highs and lows. Previous high, previous weekly high, previous weekly low. Okay, I'll mark that out. But then I'll also look at overall structure, right? Like, is the market reaching for an inefficiency? Is it reaching for a key liquidity level? Okay, cool. Well, that's going to give me an indication on how I think that the week is going to unfold. And then from there, I'll start breaking it down. From the 4 hour, where does it look like it's moving? Is it aligned with the weekly? Then the 15, where does it look like it's moving? Is it aligned with the 4 hour? Well, if it's not, I take bias, right? I take my bias on the smaller levels though. So once I get to the 15, if all of them lined up, I'll have more conviction. But if I get down to the 15, I'll have more conviction in the 15 because I'm looking for short-term trades anyway.
You're
So,
intraday or scout?
yeah, I scout.
Okay.
I scout. I'm sitting here about to go through my whole goddamn process. Like, I ain't asked for that. You intraday or scout? Goddamn. My bad.
No. I want all that information. I like all those details.
Gotcha.
Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you. What do you trade?
Well, wow, I got the whole black.
The market can do that sometimes.
Hold on. Find the words. Where's words? What? No, I'm lost.
It's okay. It's okay.
What the hell?
All right. First of all, I see this comment where somebody just commented on Maggie's pic and asked, "Is he single?" First of all, Maggie's a girl. All right, you should know that. Look at her; she's beautiful. She's a beautiful, soft, pretty girl dog. So no, she's not available. Maggie lives a life of celibacy as well.
Dang.
That's right. Not under my roof. Or my sister's roof, you know what I'm saying?
I've traded Forex. My friend is trying to pull me over to SPY.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get consistent with one thing.
Yeah, I trade SPY. I trade SPY, SPAs. That's it, right? I don't really deviate from them. I'll look at other things for indications, right? Like I'll look at like some bigger tech stocks like Nvidia, those things, but I don't dabble in other things. I love SPY. I love SPY. I love SPX.
I like Forex because they have, like, I like being able to trade gold in different sessions,
Mm-hmm.
especially because of how I work. I can be up at night and look at different markets
Mm-hmm.
stuff, and I just feel like stuff can be so limiting, but I really just want to get into the flow where it's my full-time life.
Mm-hmm. And you will make that decision right now.
I'll just continue to make the decision. I'll just make the decision.
All right, y'all. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm ready to go to sleep. I appreciate y'all's time. I appreciate y'all joining. And of course, we will be on again tomorrow, God willing. Right? Or should I say, me willing? Right? Whatever you want. So remember, y'all are already everything you desire to be. Rest in that knowing. Right? Rest in that knowing. Accept that truth. Talk to y'all soon. Y'all have a beautiful, beautiful evening. Y'all sleep well. Remember that you are gods, you are goddesses. All right, appreciate y'all. Peace.